Igneous and Saber went after sending the packages. They waited a little bit, but then they had Damon. I forget exactly how. It was a teleportation spell. I just don't know what.
Yeah.
I think you
So
teleported to Damon.
Yep. You kind of allowed it to be teleportation to a person.
Yeah, so you teleported to him in the building, and then they put all the heads in the cart, and were wheeling it to where they dispose of stuff. There's a line. They're trying to get past, I believe, Igneous Gios, the guy, to get through. And then Saber was like going to do he's like trying to cause a distraction, but then he distracted the guy and didn't sneak past him.
Yeah.
Like he successfully distracted him so he would turn away so he could sneak past, and he didn't. And then like Jerry like squeezed on his arm to let him know he had something in mind. And so when the guy went to hold his hand out, when Saber went to hold his hand out to get scanned, which it's like a little receipt or like a barcode scanner gun, but it's got a tongue that comes out instead that licks your hand and checks your soul registry. And Jerry, like in tattoo form, curled up in his palm, and it read it. And the guy was like surprised and treated Saber as if he was like some very high up person, and immediately let him through with Damon. And they got sent through the chute, spewed out into the trash realm, landed. The heads kind of went everywhere, so they had to go and find them. And then they saw something suspicious on the hill. They went to check that. And then Saber rolled down the hill, ran into this like, there's like just a bump in this like landscape, which is it's like a swamp made of
flesh
and flesh, like scrap flesh and bone and blood and stuff. And so like there's a big lump of that, but like there's something kind of like harder and almost like tougher inside the thing, and it turns out it was a car underneath the tarp that was disguised like the ground. But someone noticed incoming opponents, which was this 3 cars. One of the cars had like a flesh mech coming out the top of it, and it's kind of like a car centaur. But instead of a head, it had like a dome, like it's being piloted. You guys had a fight with them. Drake was able to dispatch of 2 of the cars by shooting out the tires and having them collide with each other, which didn't kill everybody. There were some survivors, but they had to trek the rest of the way to you guys. So you mainly just fought the car centaur, who you defeated. He came out, he surrendered, introduced himself, and basically said that you guys have no choice but to help each other because you guys will die in the swamp because there is a toxic effect that happens if you are in it for too long. And he knows where, shelter is. But he was also like, he's like doing this so you guys wouldn't kill him right away. He was kind of trying to convince you guys, trying to bring you to his side because there's like a bunch of kids also in hell, and part of this rebellion like kind of finds them and smuggles them down here so they don't have to experience the horrors of hell. And he's trying to sympathize with you guys. And then something like Damon said was like his kind of Asmodeus brainwashing kicked in. He's like, well, we know everything we need to know now. Igneous read the guy's mind.
Brainwashing. That just confirms it.
That Mammon was kind of piloting everything. Like he's behind all the subterfuge, and he's using his power as an Archdevil to allow this rebellion to go on underneath Asmodeus' nose. And that was just from the mind reading. So Damon basically said, hey, we got what we need. We need to tell Asmodeus right now. And the guy got really cagey because I think you guys had like promised him that you weren't gonna, like, not actually, I think you guys were still planning on it, but got to some sort of agreement of not immediately telling Asmodeus. And he was afraid that Damon was going to say something. So he's like, something's got to be done with this guy. Then Igneous showed him the reflective part of his staff, so he could see his reflection, because earlier on, when they were going to sneak into the company, they went into Damon's room to get some suits. And in the room, they saw carvings on the wall of a woman in a wheelchair multiple times. And all the mirror had been shattered, and it was the pieces of glass used to carve into the wall, while the reflective surfaces have been like turned over. So Igneous, testing a theory of him being scared of his reflection, showed him that. He started freaking out. And then I think he like decided to go to sleep afterwards because he was exhausted from the freak out with his seeing his reflection.
There's no mirrors in hell, I guess.
Yeah, and then he suggested something. Someone, I forget how it came up. I think Commander Zeal is the name of the demon that was piloting the Car Centaur. I think he was like freaking out about Damon, and then
The
pointed out
mark on Damon.
He said we had to do
Uh,
something if he was gonna take us to the
I think somehow
headquarters of rebellion.
the
the
brand
brand
button
above
came up.
Modius started showing.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And he's like, "Hey, you got to get rid of that brand, or like kill this guy or something." And so they used the brand poker that Damon had taken with him, which carries the brand that allows people to reset every time they die, which was used on you guys so you could regenerate right away and wouldn't have to wait till midnight. And the like when you twist it, it turns into an X, and that negates any brands. So the brand on his forehead was negated, and that's what caused him to transform into the person you saw in the art channel.
If you scroll past where Igneous posted his like card, he's the picture that's above.
Yeah, I mean,
You were
I know
like,
you saw it
you were
because
like,
you were asking,
yeah, like who be that?
but that is Damon without the brand.
Yep.
Yeah, no longer a cringy edgelord, but
Weeaboo
No
guy.
longer from no
weeboo,
longer from
cringelord
Reddit.
weeboo.
No longer from Reddit, yeah. Yeah, he turned into a Chad. And that's where we left off. So right now you guys are in the bunker that Commander Zeal had led you to. Just this metal bunker built into a mound of this flesh swamp that was left hidden. And I think you guys were kind of gearing up to maybe not fully rest, but just kind of chill out.
We just on Brandon and we turned into that. So I imagine we probably would like pick up from there.
Yes. I'm just trying to like what you guys were going to do beforehand. I thought maybe it was just Damon that was going to rest, but I think you guys were kind of hunkering down.
Igneous needed to rest, definitely.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. But then this whole thing with Damon happened. So just now, flames erupted around him, peeling away the facade, revealing this very, very tall, very, very muscular, worn and weathered man with severe burns across his body, specifically his feet, as if he had been walking on hot coals for miles and miles.
Who the heck are you?
You see, he slowly begins to come to, his eyes fluttering, and him kind of sitting up, holding his head where the brand had been placed. And he takes a moment, looks around, instantly clocks Commander Zeal, and instantly clocks Saber, and kind of has this look of confusion with the rest of you. And he instantly... Huh?
Damien?
The you have his picture in the art, right? Where he's wearing some metal, like what are they called? Cuffs and everything.
Yeah, manacles.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he shoots up and immediately goes against the wall and is just kind of holding his hands against it. And you see his muscles tensing as if he's kind of preparing for maybe an altercation.
What are you on about?
Who are you guys?
Oh, that's the same question.
Want to ask?
I just woke up. I don't know what.
Who are you? We knew you as Damon. But who are you?
I don't know that name. My name is Adam.
Adam?
Yes, Adam.
Austin, I want to know anything. I mean,
that
this is
Adam?
me out of character thinking. I wouldn't know, but I know anything about Christianity and the importance of an atom. If this is related at all.
You can make a religion check. I'm gonna say it's gonna be pretty high DC, like a pretty dang high DC. But you can attempt to make a religion check. Maybe it's something you would have picked up on Earth.
All right. Probably not. It's only +1.
Tuco, you cut it out, man.
Scroll down. I'm way scrolled up.
You got a 7.
Yep.
So yeah, I would have. Yeah.
You don't know any like importance within religion to this guy.
Okay, just figured. Adam. All right. Who's? Okay. Am I supposed to know who you are, or?
I don't think so. I've never seen any of you in my life before. But I
Well-
don't trust those two. And he points to Commander Zeal and Saber.
Well, for starters, introductions of just simply punching others is not favorable to start off. Unless that's what you do where you come from.
Are they unconscious?
Who?
The clocks. Is that what he mean? He clocked him, like punched him.
Clocked him?
Yeah, that's what you said, or at least that's what it sounded like you said.
Yeah, you said clocked them.
I don't remember saying that.
You did. I have it on
What was the-
recording.
What was the
I feel like you
context?
Him
Yeah,
punching
Yeah,
him.
he looked at the two and like clocked them. He clocked them. Do you just
oh,
mean like he just looked
I
at
meant
them?
clocked them as in like clocking a suspect. Like you're immediately taking note and like
Oh,
Oh, okay.
like
that makes
your
more
focus
sense.
is kind of on them. These like
That makes
these
more
are
sense.
threats that he is.
okay. Then Saran takes
constantly
back what
looking
she
back
said.
to.
I was gonna say because like the one demon, like he didn't react at all. But okay.
No, he's instantly taking them, like looking at them as like important figures or like potential threats in his mind.
Why do you not trust them?
What are you talking about? They're
Well,
demons.
yeah. I mean, even I knew that. I could
Well,
tell.
I mean, we are
This all
in
has to do with
hell.
Asmodeus, doesn't it?
I'm
But
gonna
it- but a
explain that.
minute ago, you had the mark of Asmodeus on you.
Aster, what are you going to do?
Well, I was gonna say what he just said, so
Oh, okay. I did.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And in the
Right.
form that you were in, you were someone known as Damon who worked for him.
I don't know what. Speak some damn sense.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what makes sense to you.
The last thing I remember, I was standing at the gates to the 9th lair, and that's where it cuts out. I was so close to her.
To who?
Who?
Why were you there?
I don't know if I should be telling you this. For all I know,
Yeah.
you caught me at the gates, beat me bloody, and hauled me off here to finish it off.
If we wanted you dead, then you had been dead already.
But she doesn't belong in hell.
Roll persuasion. Oh yeah, Rendon, I guess your parents probably weren't religious and you were too young to have ever heard of anything like that. You would have been the most likely to, honestly. So the DC for yours probably wouldn't have been that high.
Oh, that was with advantage. Yeah,
Wow.
I'll just
You
pretend
wanna
it's
reroll?
advantage and just use a sorcery point. So it's just the 16.
I'm after my wife.
Okay.
She died. And I've come down here to retrieve her.
Are you also alive?
How do you know she's in hell?
I just do. I don't believe much in heaven. But I do know this world is cruel and that those who suffered in life will suffer after.
Where are you? Does he just look human?
Yeah.
He just looks human. Where are you from?
Kansas.
Oh, Kansas. Okay. Would I have heard of Kansas? Another history check?
Yeah, roll history, yeah. Kind of a mid-level.
Nope.
You would not have.
Could Saran roll history with advantage given
mean,
her
you can-
background with maps?
I wouldn't say
Maps on
advantage
Earth?
because your connection to Earth isn't.
Igneous probably is the only other one.
very
Plus,
strong.
well, plus
Rendon,
Rendon, probably
you
with
would-
advantage.
Rendon,
I mean-
you would definitely know. I don't think Rendon has to roll. I think Rendon knows what Kansas is.
That's true. He knows what
Yeah,
Kansas
Ridden
is.
would know
Yeah,
Kansas because he
I
lived
would
in.
Oh well,
Probably have
17. There we
read
go.
about it.
Doesn't matter. I just wanted to
Honestly,
check that
just
earlier.
the likelihood of you seeing an Earth map, I feel.
Has
Yeah.
happened. It has
I guess
happened.
that's true.
It has
But it
happened.
doesn't-
Like,
In somewhat
specifically,
recent
you would have
time,
to see one of like America, the U.S. itself, and
Yeah.
then be like Kansas.
yeah, true. It wouldn't immediately like if it was a map of the world, it wouldn't show the states. So the chances of you seeing a map of America, I feel like maybe if you got 20 or above, I think I could make it make sense.
Like
But I would say you
an at
don't.
20 wouldn't make sense. Or anything else.
I feel like Saran, given her circumstances, would not know. But Rendon, you instantly know.
Oh, Kansas. Nice. Why is this important?
Yeah, you gotta check
you're
up.
really faded out.
You away from the mic.
Am
or
I
something.
really? Am I
Yeah.
really that faded?
Oh, there you go.
Now you're
Put
back.
your mouth to the mic.
It's a laptop. I don't actually know where the mic is.
Then just play Marco Polo until we find out where it is.
Marco. You guys are saying this is better, right?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So
Leah,
Rendon's
can you
just gonna like
repeat
turn to
yourself?
everybody else and say, "Wait, why is Kansas important?" He's still feeling a little discombobulated because that's what
He
happened.
just said he said he's from Kansas. Do you know where that is?
I mean,
Brandon?
yeah, it's a state in America, ish.
Oh,
I
wait.
think
Where specifically is that?
somewhere like in the middle of America.
Okay. If I remember right, New York is like eastern, right?
Northeast, south. Yes.
Because that's where we were. Okay. I didn't have time to fully study all the states in America for the couple months we were there.
I guess an important question should be: are you dead, or did you somehow find a way to here?
Do you remember dying?
I didn't die. When she passed, I delved into books, trying to find the secrets of the afterlife. I couldn't believe that she could be gone like that. And I just didn't think that the being that created her, that some god that created her with what she struggled with, would take her back. I had a feeling that it was hell that would have taken her, so I delved into all the information I could find about it for years. And I found a book found in an ancient dig site, and it contained the secrets of hell, and I used that to find an entrance into it. And layer by layer I marched until I reached the 9th, or at least the entrance to it.
So, if you have found your way to the 9th layer, then I presume you know the way out. Then
The way in is not the way out.
Yeah.
At least you can
But
provide us with a
I
way
have looked into how to get out, and I believe I know the answer.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, I guess
Well,
before that you need to know that you can trust us.
Hello.
Say what?
Oh, I don't know if I've been muting or whatever, but I said if I can roll insight on him.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well.
You're
I also
unsure.
would be just to
You're unsure
just
of
to
whether or
know
not
for
you can
sure.
trust him. Drake,
15.
you're not super sure, but you think definitely there's earnesty in at least what he's talking about with like. So like he seems sincerely like traumatized and messed up about this. Maybe you're not like certain of the credibility of all the details, but the majority of this is in fact true, at least from what you're able to glean with that role.
Okay. Hmm.
I'm gonna cast detect thoughts on him.
Okay,
But
go for it.
before I do, I'll tell him. I just need to I just need to be sure if you're telling the truth or not, and please do not resist. What I guess what is immediately what I see with his surface thought?
You actually find when you attempt to read his thoughts, his surface thoughts are almost muted. Like in your mind, as you channel this magic and you lock onto his mind, and you feel yourself traveling through his eye into his brain and enter his mindscape. Just kind of standing on the literal surface of his brain, all you see standing in front of you is Tim, but he's silent, he's unmoving.
I heard you say Tim.
Not Tim, him.
Tim's standing there. Who's Tim? You'll find out.
I'm just gonna say out loud, please allow me to continue and probe deeper.
All right. One sec. All right, wisdom. All right. He fails as you kind of walk towards him, push him to the side, and you find a door in front of you that opens up. And as you delve into his brain, go ahead and make yourself a wisdom save for me.
Ooh, I like that. Okay. 23.
All right, you initially almost like a cold breeze from like negative degree weather when you open the door and you're not wearing much, like in the morning, and you're going to grab like your Amazon package and you're still in your undies. Like it's just this sheer chill that hits you as soon as you step forward. But instead of like cold air, this is like drafts of pure pain. Like the amount of like pain that is sealed away in here is so much, it's like whipped up into a storm, and you just immediately get these first ripples of it. But you're able to, since you're kind of in mind space, reach into your mind and switch off your pain receptors and keep going. And as you step in, you can see these like burning footprints leading across this hellish landscape, and you see it ascend almost like going upstairs, and you can see different like landmarks from each layers of the hells. And you find yourself kind of, as you follow those, back onto Earth, and you can see he's kind of sitting at the base of this mountain, and he's sitting in this sort of sacrificial circle where these pikes are stabbed in at each point of the pentagram, each with a different animal kind of speared onto them, and several like torches lit up. And he has several like hellish looking amulets put onto him and wrapped around his arms. And as you go back, you can see him standing next to the bedside of what appears to be the woman that you saw in those carvings, who is gravely ill. And you step out of that room further back, you can see him pushing her in a wheelchair and her coughing blood up into her hand. And you go even further back and you can find a moment where she is weeping and crying about the fact that because of her disability, she's not going to be able to go to the highest mountaintops and really explore the beauties of the world, which she clearly seems to be very obsessed with. You can see many like paintings and pictures in the room of different like landmarks around the world and beautiful landscapes. And you can see this man, Adam, promising her that he's going to get strong enough to carry her everywhere she wants to be and explore the entire Earth with her. And as you kind of hit that very, very sensitive memory and the kind of core of like how this guy's brain works, like everything he does revolves around this moment, you feel yourself flung back out of his mind.
Ow. Okay.
What'd you see, Igneous?
He was still in the truth.
Hmm.
And he doesn't say anything else, and he's just like silent for longer than he usually is after doing that.
Well, I hope you found what you were looking for.
Well,
I guess.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I think so that we can better trust each other, we need to be able to introduce ourselves as well. My name is Drake. I don't know if you've ever seen someone like me before.
I've seen a few strange beings since I first delved down here.
It's
I'm no
true.
stranger to it.
I guess that's true. Go through 9 levels of hell, you'll probably have seen most things.
Saran just goes up to a wall and just kind of like props herself up against it and folds her arms, and she transforms into a dragon. She says, "Well, you'll see stranger things for sure."
Is this some attempt at intimidating me?
No, just jesting around.
She's a kidder, that one.
I do not believe this is a time for humor. I need
I've
to.
been talking this whole time and I've been muted.
Oh no! Oh, no!
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well, what were you trying to say?
I was gonna go up to him and tell him to read my thoughts, and he can see all the stuff.
Ask who to read your thoughts?
Adam.
I don't have the capability to do that.
Oh.
She's a weird one.
That's
Can I
disaster.
explain to him why we're there and what's happening?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Are you just kind of going to the? Are you just going to go into? You're going to explain. Like, how much are you going to explain? How much detail are you going to include?
I also say like we're trapped. We're trying to get back to the land of the living. These guys don't like anyone.
What?
I mean,
What do you mean by
Good.
that?
Well,
After?
The rest of my party hates everyone and wants to kill everyone.
Well, okay.
which is not
I'm just
totally
here
wrong.
trying to escape.
Okay,
And
jeez.
I'll
So,
explain to him like
let's not
his
listen.
life as what was his name before?
Damon?
Damien. Yeah, I'll explain to him like his life as Damien too. And like what we knew of it. And then that's all.
Okay. He does look a little concerned when you say that the rest of your party like hates everybody and tries to kill them.
Well,
And then
I
he
was,
looks.
yeah, I was
even-
interjecting when she was saying that. I'm like, that's not true. Don't listen to her there.
And then he looks even
Mhm,
more like concerned when you tell him about Damon, and he cuts you off. He's like, "No, I'm really fine, actually."
Okay, you don't want to hear about the Rainbow Dash jar?
No, I'm really good not hearing about any of the things I might have done. So
Oh, okay.
it's true that I was someone else while Asmodeus had his hold on me.
Hmm.
Yes, and it seemed that parts of the real you were poking through.
Another thing they should know is that there is a rebellion going on in hell, and I mean they're fighting against Asmodeus and the way that he does things. The only problem with it is the leader, Diabolus. He's Asmodeus' son, but he I don't think his intentions with it are pure. But I think a lot of the people down here, including this man here, does want to fight for what is right, so that people can live at least a little happier down here and have some more free will and some and opportunities.
Look,
there's a lot to it.
I don't mean to sound insensitive, but I don't care much for
That's
those
fine.
matters. I am here for one
I just want you
purpose.
to know that's what kind of right now. That's why we're kind of here down here, is to find about.
See, Commander Zeal, who's just kind of been watching this whole time, finally pipes up. All right, so I didn't really expect that to happen, and I don't know where I stand at the moment, but it sounds like he does not want to do anything with Asmodeus at the moment. So maybe let's get back to what we were talking about regarding your decision to rat out my compatriots.
Well, I already told you they just want to kill everyone, so they probably will.
Okay. Astrid, can the adults talk, please?
Duh! I'm older than
You're
all
right.
of you.
Does that include me this time?
We'll see, Rendon. We'll see.
Yay!
As part as our party, I don't think excluding Aster is a good idea.
I know.
Thank you.
I know that.
Is it alright if we just talk for a second amongst us?
Oh wait, do I have to be 18 to be an adult? Considered an adult? I don't actually remember when my birthday is, and since we're down here,
Okay.
I have no
Okay.
idea.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
This does not matter. This does not matter,
Oh,
Rendon.
Okay. Sorry.
Now I can see why you guys came to hell when you died.
Okay.
Now,
Look, I think our biggest goal, number one goal, is to get out of here. If we can get out of here, but without having to go through Asmodeus, right, then I think that we would be fine with leaving things down here as they are. I think, right? Am I getting the feel for that? If we can
Like-
do that, that's all we care about.
For the time being, yes. At least for me.
I think that you people like lower down the chain. I think you do legitimately have your reasons to fight for that, but know that down here in hell we support you doing that stuff, but we can't support what Diabolus is doing up there. So if we don't have to, our goal is we do not want to betray you. And I don't
Good.
think, and it sounds like maybe with our friend Adam here, we might have a way that we don't have to do that.
Well,
in other words, what he's trying to say is we're trying to survive. And if survival can be found in teaming with you guys, then that is what that is what we'll choose to do. But if it cannot, then the unfortunate decision will have to be made.
well,
Now, is it alright if we just talk really quick amongst us to make our final decision?
Go ahead.
Alright. Everyone over here.
Out of the way.
Okay, I'm coming.
Alright.
Also, Boston. Since our bodies were destroyed, right?
Uh-huh.
And then kind of reconstituted, right?
Yeah.
What happened to the demon finger?
They're still there.
Oh, cool.
Alright. Now, here's the thing. We have two choices here, both of which has the potential of having a way out. They have their own caveat, each and every one of them. The first being working with Asmodeus. We can easily do the job that we need to do, get out of here, talk to Asmodeus, have everything done, and hope that he helps us.
Yeah. Hope. That is the key thing, because as you said, you
That's
can't
the-
trust Asmodeus.
That's the
And I'm
caveat
knowing with how he is and the things that he's been doing, I'm inclined to believe that.
The right way isn't always the easy way.
Now, the other way is to work with the rebellion and have Adam lead us the way out. The caveat with this one is two things. A, Asmodeus will likely find out that we double-crossed him and
Or just didn't do what he asked us.
didn't do what he asked exactly. Or rather, we don't know for sure if he does know the way out. He says he thinks he might know the way out, but there is no guarantee there. If we cross
Like, regardless-
Asmodeus, then there is no... And if he doesn't know the way out, and can't find the way out, then there's no saying if we'll ever escape hell.
Adam kind of steps over. I'm sorry for being what's the word?
Intruding?
Eavesdropping. Nosy.
Eavesdropping. Yeah. But unfortunately, the only exit to hell that I found is also where Asmodeus lives.
Well,
So we'll
May
have to
I
go
remind you all
Escape from under his
specific-
pillow, is what you're saying.
May
I don't know what
remind you
that
all
means, but yeah, sure.
Specifically, you, Seren, too. We were not trying to go to Asmodeus to find a way out. We were wanting to go to Asmodeus to get information about Diabolus.
That is one of the things, too, as well.
The way out was just an additional. And as Adam just pointed out, we may not have any other choice. Whether or not we agreed to be on Asmodeus' side, I think it would be better to tell him. In fact, I will tell him regardless of what you decide. But I hope that Zeal and his people have some opportunity to prepare. The only thing that Asmodeus needs to know is that Mammon is the one in charge. He doesn't need to know anything else.
I guess that's true. Because if he
Doesn't
finds
even
out
need
Mammon
to
is the one
know-
in charge, then that would
Does he
definitely...
even need, would that
I hope
even like
that will give them enough time
And
to
that
escape,
does...
prepare, and be safe.
And I do have some business regarding Mammon as well. Getting him out of the way would be helpful for some of the things that I have in mind.
You could
So-
also find the draconic mana crystals that you asked me to ask about.
Precisely. If they've already been traded over. So, in the end...
would it feel like that's too much of a I feel like that's not too much information, or is that I mean, wouldn't they I feel like that is a lot though.
Well, but we don't know if all of the information, we don't have to deal with Mammon, with Asmodeus for all of this.
If
It could be just a side effect of telling him about Mammon.
given Mammon's whole motif of being greed, my guess is that if he finds out that Asmodeus knows, and Asmodeus is coming after him, he'll likely try to maybe sell out just to survive. So selling out
Could be
Mammon
a
might sell
problem.
out the rebellion as well.
Do you think we'll have any other choice? We're
Hmm.
probably going to be trapped if we don't.
mean,
give
Even
as
if
much
we
information.
tell him like what do we do now? We're down here.
Well, that's why we need to get help from Adam. He's the one that was able to get to the entrance of the ninth layer.
But again, like what does that do with us down here right now? Are you able to just immediately let him know? And then like you think that he will be coming down here to get us? We have to be able to get out of here.
Yeah, that's why we need to get over there. I'm not saying. I mean, technically, I can. I don't know if it would be the greatest idea, but
I mean,
That's what
so what
the
we,
Seven Realms.
So, as a recap, Igneous, basically what you're saying is regardless you're going to tell
I think we have to. If we
Hmm.
consider who he is,
tell enough information to get the information and items that we're seeking for, but not enough to put the rebellion at a severe risk.
the problem
then
is.
again-
Well, here's the thing: we are not going to have a perfect plan. We are not going to cover everything. The only idea that I can think of that would give us some advantage and some option to get out
Yeah.
would be
But
to
then-
tell Asmodeus that Mammon is is behind all of it and seek audience with him to get information about Diabolus and find a way out. That's it.
But then
Nothing
again,
else.
that's even if he will tell us that, or if he will
That's true.
let us
Well,
But
here's
just
the thing:
go through there.
we have been a thorn in Diablus's side for many years. So
and
Not years.
and I mean, even if he doesn't like, do you think that if he wouldn't tell us when we were doing this for him, do you think he will do anything else for us if we don't? Unless we just find a way out, going
Yeah.
under him. That's gonna be if we get caught.
that's not going to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's his domain,
Especially
and going to his own home
unless
unannounced without a reason being there.
unless somehow someone else in the rebellion has a way to get out of hell that's not through Asmodeus.
Well, here's the thing.
Well,
Uh,
I can
so-
get out, but I guess I technically can get out, but you guys will stay, and I'd rather not do that again.
That's an issue. Now, the thing is, if the rebellion did know, then they would have smuggled people out of hell already.
Yeah.
They mentioned that
exactly.
already.
True.
Now, here's my proposal, all right? Here's what I feel like might be the best go-to method that we have. Work with the rebellion for now. Promise that we won't sell out the rebellion specifically. And make it clear to them that the only people that will sell out is Mammon himself. It seems to us, from what they've explained, that Mammon is a sponsor to them, but not necessarily a direct necessity, I guess you could say. And
He's not on the front lines and
meanwhile, at the
everything.
same time, warning the rebellion that Asmodeus might be coming soon. That way, it can give them time to prepare, and it can give us the time information that we need with Asmodeus to learn more about Diabolus and get out of here.
That's exactly my plan.
You
Okay.
think
Um,
you're sure that they don't think that'll be a big enough loss that they wouldn't be up for that?
Well, we can ask him right now and see if that would be
No.
something that he is willing to accept.
Not only that, but they also don't have many other options.
That's
They
true.
either cooperate and have a chance, or we kill Zeal and extract all the information that we can, and do it anyway.
That's true. He's important, and they said we don't want to
All right.
hurt him.
I don't want to give them without a chance.
All right.
Yes.
Then
After, Rendon, do you have any ideas regarding that or any objections?
Well, it's fair. It seems fair enough to me. You're selling out the just Mammon and not everyone else. I think that's fair.
We won't even tell them anything about where stuff is. We can just say we heard.
Well, we also don't really know.
It does seem like the better good for more people.
All right. I feel like this is the best approach that we have. It's risky, but
You do the explaining. You're
it'll
better at.
it'll be the
talking
best
to-
shot we have. All right. And then she transforms back into a humanoid form and goes over to
I didn't realize you were a dragon this whole time.
she goes back over to Zeal. All right, we have an offer. This is for the best situation for us, while also being as good of a situation for you.
Let's hear it.
All right. So, we need information from Asmodeus regarding Diabolus. Of course, as mentioned earlier, the Diabolus that you know is not the same that we know. And
Or probably even that his father knows.
yes. And Asmodeus is likely to help us with the information that we need to save reality as we know it. Now,
Likely.
and also getting out of here in the first place. Because we can't do
Because
anything
as
as long
Adam
as we're
pointed
stuck here
out,
in
the
hell.
only way that he knows the way to get out
Just
is
let
through
Cyranix, one
Asmodeus.
person explain it at a time, Drake.
Sorry.
Now, from what Adam explained, the potential exit of hell that he knows of is within not Diabolus, within Asmodeus's home, I guess you could say. So, exiting through him is not going to be an easy feat by just sneaking past him. And for us to get out of here, which is our end goal, we'll have to be on his good side in some manner or form. Now, the thing that we propose is that the only thing that we provide him with information will be that we'll tell him that Mammon is the one in charge of it all,
or at least is sponsoring.
and that is all we'll tell him. We won't tell him anything concerning the rebellion as to what we found. And we will additionally, going back to where if you do take us to the rebellion, warn them that an attack might be made soon in case Mammon were to sell you out.
How do you know that's going to be enough
For us or for you?
For
How do you know the
Asmodeus,
information just Mammon is going to satisfy him?
That's the thing. I guess we don't know.
If
I
I
feel like it's
may,
a big thing with him being the other head demon. He would be shocked and betrayed.
Given that Mammon is a big enough figure, and if we were to explain to him that Mammon is a big figure within the rebellion, it would definitely spark something within Diabolus, or not Diabolus, dang it. It would definitely spark something within Asmodeus of a sense of betrayal and maybe a feeling that Mammon was seeking to overthrow him, which I guess would spark some form of generosity in my mind.
And this is all even like we don't even know for sure that, like you said, well, you might not be able to trust Asmodeus, but I mean, even if it's the case, we can get there and be able to try to escape. I mean, I don't know what else we could do because we don't want, again, to sell the rebellion down here out. Because I believe in what you're fighting for, and that hell needs to be a better place.
Here's what I'll tell you. I'm going to walk out that door now. I'm going to take that car. I'm going to drive back to my people. And I'm going to warn them about what's coming. And we're going to try our best to prepare our people for survival. But what I will also be doing is getting together a party of people to bring back here and slaughter you all. Now you have the time it takes for me to get down there. And Tuco, I swear to God, dude, stop jumping up on the desk. Every time you're ruining my keyboard because you're breaking the USB. Okay. You have the time it takes for me to get that party together and bring them back. To do what you're going to do. At the very least, get out of here. And he goes to walk out the door.
I cannot allow you to do that.
Oh, hey, on.
We're having a discussion here.
I feel like
we're trying to come to an agreement.
I've made up my mind.
Well, we haven't.
Hold on.
He goes for the door.
Okay,
Yes.
people, I guess some of us are going to stop him.
Well, I think this is pretty fair. He's giving.
I think it's fair. Like, this isn't.
He needs time.
There's nothing.
to let
We
his
can't. I don't think
people-
we can ever fully reach a full agreement here.
The only problem that we have is that we don't know where to go. And if we stay too long outside, we're going to die.
Saran casts Wall of Stone in front of the door.
Okay, and because this is kind of to trap them, I'm gonna I'm gonna have him make that dexterity roll.
Okay.
Where did my tiny dice go? Oh. So dex save against your spell save DC. I'm pretty sure. Right? Is it a dex save?
Uh,
I think it is. It is with Wall of Force, so I imagine it's a similar thing with that.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Wall of Stone.
Well, he got a 12. So
Okay, that's a fail.
Am
He
I
goes to the
able to do
door.
something?
suddenly, stone goes up. Yeah, sure. What do you want to do?
As this wall of stone appears, Rendon's going to. Paprika's with you, right, Josue?
Currently, yeah, but yeah.
I'm going to ask her to come over here, and we're going to summon the fire soldiers.
How big
Is
is
that
this
okay?
room? Are we all gonna get cooked alive?
I'm only going to be summoning a few of them.
Okay.
Again,
So hopefully
it's
not.
gonna-
Yeah, so you draw on the already existing connection that you have with Paprika as her power travels through you, and the ground, you can see these kind of embery, smoldering spots appear and punching out of them and rising out of the floor. How many of these soldiers are you summoning?
How big is the room we're in?
It's probably in like total diameter. I'm gonna say probably 50 feet.
Okay, so it's fairly big, right?
Yeah, it's a decent size.
Okay. I'm going to summon 5 of them to start. And so if he's got a wall of force in front of him,
Wall of
then
Stone.
that should put him one on
Wall of
either side, one behind him, and 2 at the corners of him. And don't mind the baby.
And is this kind of your idea to just bake him right here, right now?
I mean, he is going to start baking, but this is more of they're going to level their spears at him in an attempt to say, stand down, you're not going anywhere for a second.
Okay.
So, yes, he will start baking, but this is more of a you're surrounded, don't move kind of thing.
How much damage would he be taking from all these soldiers?
Oh boy.
And how close are them to him? I guess that.
They're all within 5 feet of him, but their fire damage is 10 feet out. Trying to pull it up, Boston. Oh, there it is. Rendon's abilities. It is the fire soldiers are 1d6 per soldier within 10 feet.
So he's taking 5d6 points of damage every 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Is
go
he
ahead and
not
roll the first one.
resistant to fire damage since he is ED?
Well, even if he's resistant, he's still going to take damage. So go ahead and roll it.
Right, but he's not gonna take as much. So that's kind of what I was going for.
You could assume that, given his demonhood. Yeah.
So 16.
You can see his skin's kind of starting to sizzle. He sees these soldiers. Tuco, no.
And I call out to him and say, promise you don't try to leave, or they're going to keep staying there.
Rendon,
Clear eye. Don't have much.
we
of a
are not
choice.
killing.
Okay. And with that, he's going to have the soldiers back over to the corner of the room away from everybody.
We are not killing.
I will allow you to turn off their fire thing if you want.
Oh. That's new. Okay, yeah. Then let's not have them put fire out at the moment. They're just going to
Yeah,
kind of
the fire-
smolder as embers at the moment
Cool. Yeah, they're just kind of steaming.
How big is the
as
door?
their heat dies down.
Say what?
How big is the door?
So their heat starts to die down, and
Um,
it's not as hot.
The door's probably like it's a double door. Probably like a bank vault sized door.
Okay. Saran is going to kind of gesture for him to
Yes.
come on over. Like back on over.
He reluctantly turns around and comes over
And
and sits down in kind of a cross-legged position.
Saran will walk over to the door and dispel the wall of stone by just ending concentration, and then just turn into a dragon and sit in front of it.
We are not.
Adam's very confused. He's just kind of watching this whole thing.
All right.
If I'm allowed a vote, I would like if we could leave as soon as possible.
That is the ideal.
Is this man what's standing in our way right now?
What else? Okay. But he's the only one who could probably make it so that we don't die out here. So we need to stay calm, everyone. We need to figure something out. I'll turn to him. I'll say, like, I mean, is there anything that you even think else that we could say? Because we do need to go there. What else would you propose?
Adam, do you know a way out of here to a safe place? Or safe-ish, I guess.
I don't think he would know here
I don't
specifically.
know where here is.
The flesh wastes.
I was talking, and when I was saying I was talking to the what was his name again? I can't remember.
Zeal, Commander Zeal.
Zeal. I turned to Zeal. I was to Zeal. Like, I mean, I don't, like you said, I understand and I want to help you, but like you also got to understand our predicament. What else would you even suggest? We need to get to the 9th level. What could we do?
You're not going to get me to sign off on what could very well be my people's destruction. I've given you my answer. I will not try to stop you at this moment. But, given the resources and the time, I will set out after you. I will defend my people to my last breath. It is clear you have your own goals, and selling out my people, or partway selling out my people, giving Asmodeus a hint as to where it is, I can't allow that. And do you really believe he's going to stop at one piece of information? Do you think he's not going to squeeze every last drop out of you before tossing you aside? You don't have the choice to censor yourselves. If you go to him, he will make sure everything that you know is his. You may not know this, but I know this.
If we
I
went
would
with
ask you let me go.
if we went with you, what could we gain from that? I just want you to know, like, what could we?
I no
What can
longer
we do there?
wish that you come with me. Okay, I've sat here seeing you sway between your humanity and your cold-heartedness, deciding whether or not my people deserve freedom. You have no integrity. I could not possibly trust you. There's no world in which I could trust any of you. I just ask that you let me out.
Many more lives are in danger than just simply the ones that are within the rebellion.
I don't care! I care about the world I live in and the people that I spend every day with. I don't care what's going on your surface. I don't live there, I live here.
If you
When
give
the
us
people
information
there
that we
die,
need,
they will come down here. And if this world is improved, then it'll be a whole lot better for them. Otherwise, you're condemning everyone to an eternity of torment, undeserved. I've made my case. There's clearly no chance that you will buy into any of it.
you're
I will
leaving
not fool
your-
myself.
You're leaving your people without a choice, without a chance.
I don't have the manpower to stop you right now. I have no hope of doing such a thing. My best chance is to go back and get back up.
Boston.
So that's the right way to do. Yeah.
While this is kind of going on, Drake is just kind of sitting there, just thinking, and he's hearing these words, and in a way, he's thinking about and listening to what he says and kind of realizing that he's just like us right now, right? We want to help protect the people up there who are in our world. And he wants to protect the people who are down here. And the lives down here. And when he realizes that, he kind of tries to, kind of like we did before, and try to call out and be able to talk to Mialafu. I don't know. Do you want me to like roll something, or you just really allow that? Or...
What role do you think this should be?
What would it be?
What is Drake using to reach out? Right, because like on the surface, I'd say maybe religion, but I don't know if that's what Drake would be relying on to kind of reach out to her. This
I would
feels
say,
more.
I would say nature, since Meowth's all about like life and nature, but like he also, there's no nature kind of much energy down here.
I mean,
Unless I don't know, you would allow
I
that.
wouldn't say there's no like in the same way that your other ability works. There is a nature.
Yeah.
It's just hell's nature. So I would, yeah, if you feel like it should be a nature roll, go ahead, make a nature check.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna give
that's really bad. That's
Oof,
really
okay.
bad. Oof. 2? Come on.
You try and call out to Mialafu the way you did before, but you find no familiarity in the energies around you. And instead, it's not like you don't reach out to something. You reach out and nothing feels familiar, and you almost feel like you're reaching your hand into the darkness, into the unknown, and you can feel something warm and something beating like a heart. An energy with very subtle similarities to what you are used to with Mialafu, but as soon as you kind of latch onto that, it sends searing pain back down your arm and into your own heart. Go ahead and make a Constitution save for me.
Yeah. Oof. Rolls.
All right. You're going to take 17 points of necrotic damage.
Mm. 147. Okay. Damn. Trying something there. I would, I guess, just kind of cower there. I guess arguing would still be going on. Then I would just speak up and be like, guys, don't you see, he's just like we are. He's trying to protect the lives down here, just like we're trying to protect the lives up there. Of course he wouldn't sell them out. We're exactly the same, just like we're fighting for the same thing here, in a way. So we can't ask him to give it up, to give up his people or whatnot. The fact that he's even just gonna let us be here and whatnot if he left, I mean, that's as best as we can ask for, I think. We need, right? All lives are precious, whether or not they're dead or not, right? No matter where you are.
Yeah.
I think.
Austin, I'm gonna cast mold earth and make the door go away. I mean the wall. Sorry.
There
The
was
walls
no
already been
wall.
dropped.
Oh, okay.
Saren's just sitting
So
in front of it.
Snoran,
Oh, okay. I see.
please
I
step
see.
aside.
Sorry.
I mean, let him through. He deserves that.
What are we going to do? Just stay here and
We'll
die?
figure something. We will figure something out. I won't be part of this and trying to help.
You mean you
Be
will
part of
rely on my
school.
magic to go somewhere?
No. We'll work together.
Sure.
Commander Zeal's gonna start heading for the door again, kind of keeping his eye on the rest of you, make sure no one makes any moves, and he goes up.
So looking at Saran.
Saran's still sitting there.
Saran,
Would you mind stepping aside for me?
what do you think that was accomplished? He said he's not going. He's not able to trust us. He's not going to take us to where we need to go.
You can extract the information from him.
Saran, actually, she's gonna roll perception to see if she hears Igneous say that.
He's saying it out loud.
Oh yeah, she definitely hears that. I have a
just
question
want
for
to
you,
be
Zeal.
curious.
What?
If you were
What?
to, I was just about to say, if you were to join with us, with the rest of the rebellion, with everyone who could fight, and arrive to Asmodeus's doorstep at this moment, would you be able to take him on with us?
Fight Asmodeus.
That is what the rebellion is after, isn't it? Overthrowing him?
It's more about reforming. We are not ready to make a move like that.
Would you be ready
Yeah.
if we were to join the cause?
Maybe not Asmodeus himself, but maybe a big cause or like a big thing.
No, Asmodeus.
Plans are already in place.
Plans can change.
Surviving. I'm not the one that makes these decisions. I cannot get them to sign off on this. I am not in charge. They value my opinions, but to convince them to go against what the plan is, I cannot. I just ask that you step aside. At least find enough humanity for that. You don't have to help me, but you can at least give me a chance.
He's already given us enough chance. If we came down here without a plan to be able to survive down here. So we owe him that, I think.
Adam, you can see,
Something.
stands up with this look of determination on his face, and he goes over to one of the walls, and he just kind of widens his stance a little bit. You can see his muscles begin to like tense up and flex as he brings one arm back, and just with in a split second, he goes from reared back to fist extended and breaks through the sound barrier with a massive boom. All of you make con saves as he rips open a gaping hole in the side of this bunker, sending metal shrapnel and bits of flesh swamp flying for miles in front of him, whipping up quite a heavy wind from the change in pressure.
Brendan. Nate.
Great. I see you. Roll Constitution.
Nate, you're muted. Are you there? Hello.
Okay, well, already Igneous, Drake, and Aster, you guys are all deafened.
No, I mean,
How long, or is it just indefinitely?
Just at the moment.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not able to respond a lot, guys. Benjamin's apparently already starting teething pain, so he's been crying up a storm. So sorry if
Okay.
you needed
That's
me for
okay.
a second.
That's all right. There's con save if when we need to, but if not, that's fine.
I'm trying to listen how I can. So
Where's your
I
con
missed that
save,
last bit.
Thomas?
Huh?
Oh, where's your con save?
Mine.
Oh, I already saw yours. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, you guys are deafened from the sonic explosion. Saran, you were able to kind of cover your ears enough where they're still ringing, but you can still hear. And Adam steps to the side, and Commander Zeal goes to walk out of the newly opened hole in the wall.
Go. Leave.
I'm gonna follow him.
You follow him?
Master.
She can't hear you.
Yeah, true. Thomas, you can't even hear yourself, I guess. It's just like a muffled, like you feel the
Well, I
vibration.
mean, I see. I mean, if she walks towards to like follow after him,
He'll grab
Yeah,
her.
but she's
but-
deaf.
yeah, but she wouldn't hear, I guess.
Would you grab her?
I mean, depends whoever's closest to her. But like, I guess we can say that I'm the closest. I would kind of like just kind of grab her and just look at her like perplexed, or I would try to speak, realize I'm deaf, and like can't hear anything. I'd be like, just like give her like a puzzling look.
Master, what do you do in response?
Well, I can't hear him also, but I'm just gonna be like, with my body language, kind of be like, what?
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 He's looking at you confused. He looks perplexed.
I just look at him and just be like, kind of like with like my hand, just like, is he deaf or can he hear?
Zeal, he I think he might also be deaf. Let's see.
The only one who's not deaf is Haranj, and he's like, go, leave.
Yeah,
and he's like,
he,
what?
he is deaf.
He would have at least seen her like move her mouth.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna wait to talk to anybody once there's an opening.
Yeah, he's going. Aster, you're going after him. So the question is anybody stopping them? Aster, after
Well,
getting that puzzling look, what is your response?
I'm gonna point and like motion to come on over to the butthole in the door in the wall.
There's no butthole in the wall. It's just a hole in the wall.
Same thing.
The door is a
I
little
saw
butthole.
your
Aster.
drawing of it.
I mean, it's
That
an
wasn't the
escape.
door. That was
It's
something else.
It's an escape. It's circular, so it's a butthole.
Is it circular though?
Probably not perfect.
I guess I'm not exactly.
Let's
a little
not
jagged.
worry about that. Let's not worry
It's,
about that.
it's
That's what I'm
torn
saying.
through like steel.
What kind of butt?
Okay, well, I'm just gonna motion and point to the door and be like, "Come on."
To him.
Just
To everyone.
kind of recovering from
Oh.
the blast. Still.
By now, your guys' hearing starts to return to you.
Oh, okay. I can finally hear now.
I'm just be like, "Come on, where else are we supposed to go? We have no leads on anywhere to go. Let's go through the
I was
door."
hoping to freaking take a rest here, but now if we're exposed,
Should have stick to the plan.
Can I Boston roll like Arcana or something? See how long the door will be open for.
Selena, he punched a hole in the wall.
So it will be open forever.
He
Yes.
punched a hole in the wall.
It's a hole.
It's a hole.
It is now a hole in the side
I
of
guess
the
unless anybody has mending, but I don't know if that's gonna work.
A
He
wall of,
supersonic punched a hole in the wall.
a wall of stone
Yeah.
would probably help
Uh,
out.
By the
Yeah,
way,
you can patch it with wall of stone, probably. Yeah.
but like, well, how long does that last?
yeah, that's the
It can
thing.
it can last permanently if you can maintain concentration for 10 minutes.
Okay, but like at most, I guess we can get is like a short rest.
We could
Not
probably get a
even.
full
Not
rest.
even. Not. You said.
Well,
You said
It
to
lasts 10
concentrate for like
minutes.
10 minutes.
And once I concentrate for 10 minutes, then it lasts permanently. I can drop concentration
yeah.
earlier for it to fade early.
Yeah,
think
but
at
the thing is, like,
most-
how much time do we have?
Wait, why do we need to close the wall?
Because the
Yeah.
The things that
Toxic.
could be outside.
the toxic fumes
Oh,
and any other things. Like
Y-
if we are
you guys
exposed, we're gonna die.
You don't know how long it's going to take Zeal to get rid of
Exactly.
those ones.
So we need to just looking at it, it's like we don't know how long we last, so I don't think we can.
Also,
we'll have
Zeal's
time to
not
rest.
waiting up on you at all, Aster. He's like, you hear the car start.
Yeah.
It's more like, ah!
Okay, Boston. All we heard was a and then gasp, gasp.
Yeah, sure. And it's just screaming.
Yeah, your the noise cancellation filtered that out.
Well, he screams. The car screams. It screams.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Screams awake.
all right. Well,
I'm gonna chase after the guy.
Aster.
Where else are we supposed to go?
Well, he's not. We can't just.
We're not gonna be able to catch up to him.
We're not gonna be able to catch up, and we don't want to. Like, he's gonna come to get people to come after us. We need to leave.
Where though? What do you suggest, Drake? Now that
Ooh,
you
Boston.
decided single-handedly to change the plan.
What is the wait? So we don't need to kill him though, right?
Well, he's
We're not
gone.
killing.
He's basically leaving at this
At-
point.
At this point, he is driving.
Okay.
You can,
Yeah.
if you want, if you tried really hard, you probably could catch up to him. But this is like the last
Ask.
chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone else trying
There-
to convince me to stay. I'll just end up
Yeah.
just being like, "Oh, okay."
Here
stay
is
here,
going to be
guess.
a roll to see what alignment Saran will lean more towards, good or evil.
Because Rendon can totally
Ooh.
summon the last 10 of his soldiers in front of that car and have it melt the car down in the.
Okay.
Well, I feel like he's
Too
just too far
close.
away at this point.
He's gone by this point. He's gone at this point.
Okay. Saran is going to grit her teeth and use static surge. How big is the hole? Is it big enough for her dragon form to fit through?
Like barely.
Okay. She's gonna chase after him.
What intention does Saran have in chasing after him?
To kill him.
Okay. Yep. Saran, you go up the hole. I mean, we can just say you transform back, run out the hole, jump up, transform into a dragon,
And just
And
start blasting my
become-
way over there.
enshrouded in lightning, zipping off as a bolt before stopping and zipping off again. And knowing your speed, you catch up to him pretty much right away.
She grapples the car, basically. It's like she like.
Okay,
lands
so you're
on
gonna
it.
swoop down and like grab it.
Mhm.
Okay, just give me a general strength. I guess athletics check.
Hold on.
Tuco, knock it off.
Being a menace.
Yep.
There
Always a
there
menace.
are some things that I've been making rolls to see how Saran would act in terms of alignment, because she is definitely having alignment shift going through all this. Let's see. It's gonna be +7. Doesn't get any extra bonuses.
Oh, also something to note. After Adam did that big punch, you can see it almost looks like his like bicep blew out a little bit, like the skin is ripped and some muscle is exposed and he is bleeding quite profusely out of it.
13.
Okay.
That's better.
Dang, okay. Just barely he like tries swerving the car out of the way, but you're able to grab onto each side of it and you are lashed onto it.
So there's that little like glass dome bit on the top, right?
Well, this isn't the car center, it's just the car. So there's like a windshield.
Okay. She's going to try to bite through the windshield
Okay, and this windshield isn't glass; it's just like a thin flesh membrane. So you reach and rip it off.
Just no rolls.
No, it's like a thin like see-through piece of flesh. So
Okay.
it's
And she is going to try to grab him.
like bite or grab.
Just grab.
Okay, let's make another contested grapple check. I got the same thing. And you got the same
thing.
Oh wait, well in this case, since he's not driving, he can use his strength. So he will get. Oh well, he matches you if he uses his strength. Reroll.
Reroll. Okay.
Okay, that's better. I got
Okay,
a
that's
20.
worse. But it is a check, so I'll use sorcery point. 16.
Okay, you go to bite at him, but he like reclines the seat and leans back, and now you're just nipping at the air
Well, I was grabbing at him.
with your hand. Oh well, now
Yeah.
you're just clawing at the air, I guess. He jumps back, leans his seat back out of the way.
Okay. She is going to use her. Let's see. Just making sure I keep track of everything that needs to be keep track of. She's gonna try to use her whole body weight to try to like flip the car. So like she's grabbed onto the car, so she's just gonna like throw herself while grabbing it to try to like.
Okay, plain old strength check.
Okay. Boop. 19.
And are you kind of like grappling each side of it and trying to shift your body weight to flip it, or are you like going to one side, like grabbing underneath it and like lifting?
It's like going like grabbing both sides and then just shifting my body weight to try to tip it.
Okay, so if this works, it's going to flip it onto you. Is that kind of like, what are you doing to avoid it kind of going on top of you?
I guess she isn't really thinking it over. She has blood on her mind.
Okay, so if it flips onto her, she's not really concerned about that. She's just the goal is flip the car.
Yeah, because he can't really run away from her.
Okay. With a 19, yeah. So you're on it. I guess were you like when you landed on it? Are you landing on it where your head's like facing the same like direction as the car? Or are you
Yeah.
kind of like
Yeah, so she's like
Looked
facing the same
around.
direction because she was chasing after it.
okay? And as you grab onto it, you kind of lift your wings to gain some air to kind of make this a little easier. Open up your like left wing a little more, and then just shift your weight. You kind of time it to where he like ends up going over a dune. So he gets some air, and mid-air you flip the car. Make a deck save to not get pinned under it.
Okay. Let's see. It will be a +4. Right.
I'll say if you do get caught under it, that will kind of cushion the blow and not do as much damage to him. And you'll kind of take some of that damage, but if you are able to flip it without getting yourself crushed, it will do a little more.
14.
Yeah, so you go to flip it, but kind of too caught up in the moment. You get the car upside down, mid-air. It's currently just kind of doing rotations while it has air. And you're now realizing, okay, well, I succeeded. Now what? Before boom, hitting the side of another dune, the car just crumples. You hear the shattering of bone, which is the car, and the squelching of its very much flesh engine and its eyeball headlights against your body, and you feel the crunch and squishing of your own ribs and muscle as it just fully slams into you. You are going to take, let's see.
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's going to be 25 points of damage.
Okay.
But he didn't have a seatbelt on. There's no seatbelt in hell cars, and you ripped the windshield out. So he also, like, upside down, launches into you and, like, hits your kind of neck area and flops down. Clearly injured from what just happened.
Okay. Am I pinned under the car right now?
Yes, kind of at the moment, you are. It's laying on top of you,
Okay.
but you're also like squished into the. So the bumper of it, like the tires are facing up, but the bumper is like pressed into your chest.
Okay. Can I roll strength to get it off?
Well, I'm just curious how far away this is kind of taking place.
Yeah. Let's kind of jump back to what everyone else is doing and seeing. It didn't get too far. Like it's still within view. So you saw Saran zip over there, land on it, grab it, and then as it
Right.
went over, like one of the dunes flipped and then landed behind that dune.
Because Drake is just kind of processing this and thinking back to it was like with Saran and like she used to be so all cheery and everything and just disturbed by seeing that's the that she's looking at and how just you could tell that she had bloodlust in her eyes. And it's just like Saran.
While
Saran.
that is happening, I am going to ask Aster if she can heal Adam of the bleed he has in his
Oh,
arm.
yeah. I'll
Thinking
cast heal on him.
Really,
if he's hurt
you're
that
just
much.
busting out
Heal?
big magic.
I mean, you may not be hurt that bad. You can do like a couple lower levels, like of like cure wounds or healing word if you have it.
Okay, let me see. Mm, I'll cast healing spirit.
Okay. How does that one work?
Let me see.
see.
Healing spirit. It's a second level concentration.
Cube that appears, and then whenever you are a creature you can see moves into the spirit's space for the first time on turn or starts its turn there, they restore a 1d6 hit point. So it's just kind of a healing area that they heal.
Yeah.
It can heal
Yeah,
every time
and it-
1 plus your spellcasting ability modifier, so plus your wisdom modifier. So how much is that, Felina?
So I do a 1d6, right?
Yeah, but what's your wisdom modifier?
Oh, whoa. 4.
Okay, so this can happen 5 times. So it's basically 5d6. You just kind of go up to him. What does the spirit look like?
He's a silly fairy guy.
What kind of color?
He's like a raspberry with a face.
Raspberry colored, or he's like literally
He's
a
a
raspberry?
raspberry.
A little raspberry fairy? Okay. You summon a little raspberry fairy that emits this healing aura and is focusing it on Adam's arm as he looks to it and see it begin to close up. So just, 5d6, so 11 hit points. You can see the muscle like connects so it's like usable again, but there's still a lot of the carnage and kind of blowout on his arm. But it did heal it partially and the bleeding slows down.
I'll just cast that again.
Thank you. Go ahead and roll your 5d6 again.
Okay, that one was better.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot better. That's like 30. So there's just like some. It's more like scabbing left on his arm now, and he moves it. I appreciate that. When do you think this is going to be over? I don't mean to be impatient, but I've wasted a lot of time.
What way would you go if you were just needing to go?
Well, I wanted to offer. It seems you all want out of here, so I was going to ask you if you help me find my wife, I was going to help you get out.
Sounds doable.
Good. Well, is anyone going to like help Saran or check on Saran, or you guys are just kind of waiting till she comes back?
I am just waiting.
I am just disappointed right now, so I don't care about her or her health.
Damn. Okay. Rendon or Drake, anything?
Yes. Rendon's going to take his 5 soldiers and cautiously start heading out that way, like peeking around corners, letting the soldiers kind of act like bodyguards for Secret Service around him.
Okay. All right. So
Even
you're
though he
just
has
kinda,
his armor on, because Paprika.
you're just kind of running over there.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. You head over there. Drake, anything?
You are muted, by the way.
I'll be right back.
You say he'll be right back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he said.
Okay. Well, we'll just jump back to Spencer then.
Strength roll.
Yeah.
Sorcery point. 25.
Yep. You go to lift it. Feel like you're feeling. Take some of that sorcerer's energy, funnel it to your arms, and flip the car off of you. Now you're laying down, and Commander Zeal like hurries and gets up.
Sorry, I was What was what did everyone else say they were doing? Sorry, I was talking to Abby.
No one's really doing.
Yeah, we're just.
Rendon's running over there, but he's just moving on foot with his soldiers.
Is his health bar up
I
to
think
date?
Drake is still taken back with what's happening to do anything right now.
He looks injured, but not like.
Doesn't think that he could persuade Saran to not continue.
Is his health bar up to date?
No.
Rendon?
I forgot I had
Car damage.
Yeah, let me jump over here. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay.
Taking damage. Had he taken damage before?
This is what he's at.
Okay.
He took some. He rolls over and gets up and pulls out his club. And he just kind of stands off in front of you, wielding it, kind of waiting to see what you're going to do.
First off, Saran will transform back into her actually, no. She will go ahead and do Booming Blade. Because he's within 5 feet of me, right? Or is he?
Yeah, I'll say.
Okay. So Booming Blade with her bite.
All right, roll to hit.
22.
That hits.
Okay. There's the bite. And then Booming Blade. I don't have with Lightning Comes Thunder up, so it'll only do 32 damage. And then she'll take a step back and she will transform back into her humanoid form. And that'll be her turn.
Okay, so you reach out with Dragon Maw, bite into him. Bit of lightning surges into him as your teeth kind of dig into his skin, and then that magic surges through and kind of locks in onto his body after kind of an initial small explosion. And now his arm is just kind of like vibrating with that thunderous energy as you jump back. Are you trying to like move out of his range?
Yeah, just be out of his range.
He's gonna try and clobber you. Oh wait, he can't. Okay, never mind. He tries to swing at you, but you're too fast. You get out of the way, turn back into yourself. He's gonna take a step back. He's gonna move.
Oh, so Booming Blade activates again. 13 thunder damage.
Okay. He steps back, and the bit on his arm that is covered in thunder explodes again, opening the wounds even more. He stumbles back. He's less than half. He's bloodied.
Okay. Saran will, on her turn, and actually, where's everyone else at this point?
Well,
are they too far away to for her to hear?
You kind of took a turn already.
Like, what is the distance?
I'm gonna say he probably got like 120 feet away.
20 feet. Okay.
On his like after you do that to him, he's gonna reach on his belt and grab what is like this little like fleshy like pod. It's kind of wrapped in thicker bands of flesh, and he's gonna hurl that at you, and it splashes as it hits the ground, exploding bile everywhere. Go ahead and make a dex save.
Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect.
Not quite that one.
Okay, yeah, you get splashed with acidic bile, and you take. It's not gonna be a whole lot, but all right, just 17 damage.
Okay, hold on.
And he's gonna scoot. And he's gonna actually turn and run. So he's gonna move 40 feet away.
Okay, so we'll pretend he is now 65 feet away. Yeah. So that's 40
Okay.
feet away from me.
As like I see him kind of, would I be able to see him running?
Have you
Pretty
taken?
flat right now.
Well, they're kind of behind the dune, so I guess yeah. If you approached, at least to the top of the dune, where
Okay,
you're flying,
I'd say like the first little bit, I was just kind of taken aback and just reflects, but kind of now that maybe I'm lower level headed and whatnot, I'm gonna go ahead and just fly out there. I'm gonna dash.
As you're starting to move, Ignis is gonna grab your shoulder and it's gonna say,
No.
"Let it happen.
But
Just let it happen."
But I fear if I let her do that, she's just gonna go down this dangerous path. Didn't you
made
see
her-
the bloodlust in her eyes?
You made her decision. You made one too that affected all of us. Let it happen.
I don't want her to lose her humanity.
I'm not gonna force you, but you should let it happen. And I step back.
I don't know. I mean, what does this change? I don't
Are you
know.
talking to me, or are you talking to yourself?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I'm saying it out loud. I'm not necessarily expecting you to answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't say anything. Regardless.
I hate this whole situation. I just hate it. It was so much clearer before.
Okay.
Now we have to try to kill and betray to get out of here.
Betray anybody. We stated our intentions clearly. We made a decision, so we had to do what we agreed, but you decided something different yourself.
I felt that it was what was right.
Which is understandable. And now you need to do what you think is right, or whatever you want to do. I'm not going to stop you, but I think this is for Saran to resolve. If she wants our help afterwards, she should tell us. Regardless, we need to come up with a plan on what to do and where to go. And I think Adam is willing to help us as long as we are helping him too.
Okay.
I was gonna
Sorry,
protect
Saran. I hope this doesn't change you.
Okay.
But you've made your choice, just like I made my choice.
Well, Saran doesn't even hear this, but she,
I know.
on
I'm
her turn,
saying
she is going to static surge dash, so she'll have double the movement. And as
So,
she's
yeah,
running over,
yeah, there you go. There you go.
as she's running over, she's gonna pull out Carter, and unwrap him as she's running over, and basically, kind of like how you put a towel over like a waterboard victim.
Yes, yeah,
She,
exactly.
she
Yeah.
like puts it around his head from behind.
Okay. This is gonna be a contested dex check. Jeez.
17.
Okay. You flip Carter around so his face is like facing towards you. Come up behind him after like you turn to a lightning bolt, zip right behind him, and you go to like pull it over his face like you're going to like strangle him with like a piece of like saran wrap or something. And Carter goes, "Kissy, kissy," and latches onto his face as you pull it against him, and you hear the munching and crunching of Carter just gnawing onto this guy's face. And like a face hugger, like Carter fully wraps and like suctions himself onto him as he like falls back and begins like clutching out, trying to get it off so he can breathe. And you
At
just hear
this point, how far away is Rendon?
I was gonna in my mind, like because you're 120 feet away and you're like dashing, so you're moving 60 feet around. It was gonna be pretty much right after Zeal did what he was going to, but considering what's happening, he's not really gonna do much. So I would say at this point you would have come up over the.
He
The
probably
hill.
can at least get within earshot, can try to shout something.
Yeah, you were like you're probably like here at this point.
But we're all probably still deaf, right?
No,
No,
deafened has the deafened thing has come off.
Okay, good. Good to know. Well, upon seeing Carter starting to eat the guy, Brandon's gonna feel a little sick. I'm not gonna lie. And he doesn't know we're trying to kill this guy, right?
Or Saran is. I mean,
Yeah, clearly Saran is.
Rendon's not sure if this is.
what was Rendon? What was Rendon thinking when like I was telling that we should let him go, and we needed to show some mercy because he's like us. What did you feel like Rendon? What do you think Rendon would? How would he feel?
He would feel like that's acceptable. Like he's still way out of his league in here, down here. Like he feels very much not himself. He has a demon finger that is slowly trying to possess him. I figured that's what the finger's trying to do.
Maybe,
Is like
if you
can
know,
imagine
if that's what it
the
is.
demonic part creeping up his hand. So he feels very conflicted. Of like, yeah, we totally should give him mercy and stuff. Like that's normal Rendon, but also just being discombobulated and having demon finger. There's a whole bunch of other things that are like confusing him a lot right now. So he mostly agrees with that, but there's part of him where it's like, yeah, we should just kill him. And he's running over here to see if he could help. He wasn't necessarily running over here to kill. And upon seeing Carter trying to eat the guy, Rendon's gonna get a little queasy again.
Just like
Right,
while
so
this
he's
is all
gonna-
happening, like after like the crunch happens, like a little bit of blood spatters on Saran's face a little bit. But she's like
Sure, yeah.
unfazed.
Yeah, for the symbolism. Yeah, you're watching over your work as he's squirming on the ground, and Carter's going kissy kissy, ow, and it's just splashing blood onto you.
Is Zeal struggling at all?
He's trying, but he's currently being choked out, and his mouth and nose are being eaten. So
Saran just lets go and lets the rest take place.
all right, and Rendon and Saran, you guys watch as his squirming slows down, as his arms eventually fall to his side, and he goes motionless, and Carter peels off of his face and kind of rolls over to the ground. And he just kind of licks his lip and goes, very tasty. Little feisty, though. He scratched me a few times.
I'm sure he'll over. She goes to pick up Carter. Rolls him up. We'll need his information here in a little bit. She turns to where the body is. I presume it's turning into dust now.
Well, the level of like demon that he is, he's not quite like full demon, so he's kind of half breaking away, half just bleeding out. He was a little more human.
Okay. But he's dead, for sure.
He's for sure dead.
Okay. Saran turns around, sees Rendon, and just starts walking back past Rendon.
Brendan's just standing there in shock, just like, did I just witness this again?
Let's go get shelter for tonight.
Dude, Carter talks to Saran like the Green Goblin mask.
I need to make a
He's
meme
like-
out of that.
It's like that scene where like he's in the alleyway and like the mask is there.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
exactly what he was referring to.
yeah.
All right. Yeah, you guys return to the group. Saran with a very satiated, like Carter's gone from his kind of pale white map self to kind of flush with a reddish color.
Once Saran and Rendon and everyone else gets him back inside, she's just going to seal up the hole with a wall of stone.
Jaco's
Adam.
just kind of
Was I-
sitting there, just silent, not knowing what to say or do.
Once I see Saran come in and has like blood on her face and whatnot, I just like go over, prestidigitate it. I'm like, "Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Are you sure?"
Sure.
And I just like kind of grab her by
Yeah.
the shoulders.
Yes, I'm sure. She kind of like brushes away the hand. We got the information
How
we
did-
need.
How does Aster feel in this situation? Because, I mean, you yourself are kind of a freedom fighter of sorts, and I know you've kind of been kind of more on their side in this. Kind of seeing this teammate of yours come back with blood on her face. How is Aster feeling at the moment?
I'm just gonna leave, actually.
Like, leave,
Just about to leave?
I'm kind of just fed up with trying. I tried to convince you guys so many times and everything, and nobody. You're just bad people, it seems. So I'm just fed up and just gonna leave.
And I should ask her, where are you going to go?
Anywhere but here.
Ask her, you know, I don't like what happened there. Right? I didn't
Well,
like this. And I don't like the situation that we're all in and that we have to make these choices. And sometimes we just may not be the one correct exact choice. But sometimes tough choices have to be made. And I don't regret Saran. I mean, hold on, not my words. I don't fault Saran. That's not what I think. That's not, I mean, it's not what I would have done, but I don't fault her for it. You want to get home, right?
well, I would rather die fighting. I'd rather die alone fighting for what's right than always know that I'm doing the wrong thing with the wrong people.
that really what you think? The wrong people? Look, I I think down here it's I mean, hell is very complicated. There's everything that we're going on. But sorry, I'm trying to find the words here. It's just a lot. I like this. It's tough. But you want to protect life, right? And there's life up there that we need to protect. I think from here on out, we need to work together. We need to be in agreement with one another. Not maybe like we're not going to agree on necessarily every single thing, but I think we can agree that we want the same thing. We want to go home, see our loved ones, right? I just hope that no one down here loses their humanity.
Saran will speak up. She's kind of just propped up against a wall, just sitting down, and she'll say, "If you had two options to choose from, do nothing and let 1,000 people die, or do something and let 100 people die, what would you do? Regardless, people will die of your actions. If you choose to do nothing, or if you choose to do something."
I suppose I will stay. I won't survive on my own anyways. But just know I don't agree with any of you. And then I'll just go like slink off into the corner and just like hide.
Technically, there's a corner because it's a circular room, but yes, I get what you're saying.
Rendon is gonna disband the soldiers and let Paprika go back to Igneous for the moment, and then he's gonna slowly walk over to Aster and he's gonna sit down, just kind of put his hands in his hands and just kind of start asking. I don't know, rocking back and forth a little bit, just like, what have I become? What's this place doing to me? And then he's also gonna ask Aster if she wants to play a game.
You're
say,
asking a
"Not
Fae
right."
if she wants to play a game? Wow. I mean, I think I know what her response would be.
I mean, Rendon, you used to play a game with Faye all the time, so just like old
Right.
times.
Yeah, this is totally normal for him. And he asks
He
if
hasn't
she wants to
hasn't
play
learned his lesson.
Does Aster want to play a game, Felina?
Say, normally I would love to play a game with you, but I am not in the mood right now. And I'll kind of just like shuffle away.
A Fae
But
denying a
wait,
game?
Aster,
What?
it was so you could have your friend back. And I like hold up my pinky.
Oh, I did have an idea. So, all the beings from hell, their parts reset. If we just cut off the finger, will he regrow from the finger?
Well, dead souls do, not demons.
Yeah, I don't think that
Demons
works like that.
perma-die in hell.
Was he a demon though? I thought.
He was an incubus.
An incubus,
Which
yeah.
is a demon.
Okay. Dang it!
Kind of as they're kind of doing that, I would or they're just kind of talking and figuring it out. I would go over to Adam and just kind of be like, "Sorry for all of this. You've caught us in a really bad spot."
I understand it. I've been in a fair few bad spots myself while I've been here.
Uh, I don't know. Did I don't feel like there was a correct choice there. I think either way there was someone was going to lose. It's just
Look, I understand hard decisions. I've sacrificed a lot to get where I am now.
Yeah.
I've done many things I'm not proud of.
But do you regret it?
When I have my love in my arms, and I march out of hell, and I get to show her the beautiful world that she's always admired, it will have all been worth it.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I will be too filled with joy to feel regret.
I want to be able to get out of here, see my family and my other friends. I hope maybe that you can meet them too. We can be a fun bunch, but sometimes it's it's a lot too. I don't know. I guess we should just get some rest. Maybe we'll be able to think more clearly come morning or whenever.
Let's hope.
I'll keep first watch.
All right.
I'll keep watch with Surayan. Just because I don't trust her right now.
Oh, you
Or I
don't
don't trust her.
her?
I don't trust her state of mind.
Okay.
I'll watch after.
Yeah, and with like the way the watch works in this scenario, like since there's no way to look outside, and if you did look like have a window, it'd be letting the toxic fumes in. So it's more of a sit and listen for stuff kind of night. And all you really like, it just kind of sounds like it's constantly raining, because you hear all the distant plops of discarded flesh landing across the flesh swamps. I'll have you both just roll perception rolls. And what kind of rest are we talking here?
That's a good question too. Also, what time of the day, quote unquote, day is it?
You would really not have any idea. I guess last from like when you left. I mean, yeah. I guess you could kind of base it off of when you first
Yeah, how
came
long? How long has it been? I guess
here.
since we arrived to this area of hell.
Say with kind of the travel time of everything, and then all the conversation, all that. It's probably been like 3 to 4 hours, and this kind of all went down.
It was like late, right?
Not really. No, you guys only waited like an hour after Damon ended up going to work, right?
Yeah, about an hour.
So it promised. It honestly was only like it's probably like 12 now. I'll say
12 at night. Okay.
midday. No, midday.
Noon. Yeah.
Oh,
It's noon.
didn't we travel though for a distance, and then he said like we're gonna stop here for the night?
Not for the night, but he was taking you to the outpost so you guys could avoid breathing toxic fumes and stuff, and he could take you to a place that wasn't his headquarters, so he could talk to you.
Well, I think, I guess, out of character, considering that to our knowledge, nobody is coming to get us, we can technically take a long rest.
Yeah, if you guys would like to take a long rest, I'd say go ahead.
Yeah, we'll do that.
So if everybody's okay with that, we'll.
They take it would be fine. They do their perceptions. I'll do it afterwards, depending upon what they get.
First watch, nothing. It's the same ambient noise of just distant things landing.
Drake takes his 31.
All right. Yeah, on your watch, as you're just kind of sitting, where are you sitting? Are you kind of positioned near the door?
Yeah, kind of near the door.
Okay. One sec.
Saran tells Igneous during the watch, since he's staying up with her, if you want to take my mana, you can. I can get some through sleep.
And she's allowing me, I guess I don't have to roll to hit. I'll steal mana from her 2 times.
Okay. So you just take all of her mana, and then she'll recover it when she wakes up.
So I get 16, 18.
Okay.
You can do it again if
So-
you want to.
I guess this is still during theirs.
And then that would be the rest of the mana. So you get 40 mana total.
Okay. You were gonna say, Boston?
Yeah, during your watch, kind of just towards the end of the rest, kind of in the last hour or so, you can hear this kind of like wet, like a chittering noise, and the sound of like wet mass, like kind of sliding and gooping around and kind of rolling over itself and flopping, just kind of around this this bunker.
Does it seem like it's trying to like approach it, or is it just kind of like just waddling around?
More that it's like, yeah, just kind of moving around, and kind of inspecting this entire thing, and it kind of stops when it reaches the stone wall that Saran had put up. And you can hear like a light scraping sound against it.
Keeping an eye, I'm just kind of getting ready to get to call others if they need to. But if this is just kind of some creature just kind of wandering around, and isn't able to get in, I'll just kind of waiting to see if it does anything.
Okay. Yeah, you just kind of wait the rest of the hour, paying attention to what it chooses to do. And now you kind of you pinpoint the last time you heard it, which was it scratching at that stone wall, and you don't hear any noise of it moving after that. And this continues until
Continues until what? You broke up.
Yeah, you cut.
until everyone wakes up.
Okay. As everyone kind of gets up, so everyone gets long rest first, I guess.
Yep.
Imagine my feathers go away when I don't use them all up. So, I'm just gonna say they'll. I have some like 5 left over. Imagine they just don't. They'll go away after a long rest.
Yeah, generally I'd say like that kind of thing just kind of resets.
As everyone is waking up, I will let them know about what the noise I heard, and that I don't think that it probably it moved from there, so it might just be just outside the wall.
What time was it when we
I don't
Actually,
even know.
let's see. Let me think really
That
quick.
probably would it'd be like 8 or 9ish.
At
With
night.
the way like the way these watches go, you guys would actually, just for everyone to get 8 hours, if you're splitting up the watch into 2 parts, that's 4 hours per person, so you have to add at least 4 hours onto the total watch time, so it
it'd be
would
a
take you
12-hour
like
watch.
12 hours.
So right now it could be like in the middle of the night.
It pretty much, yeah. Not that matters much down here, but time-wise, like how as far as like how time is passing.
Gotcha.
Well, my guess is better than, or my guess is as good as anyone else's, that things still might be here. It could still be night outside, or at least it might be night outside now. And we remember what Zeal mentioned at night. These things roam about. And that thing could be there. I vote we keep all the exits closed until it is safe to say that we're in the clear. Being that it gets to day again.
As it strikes what is pretty much 12:01, Rendon, in front of where you are, like as you are coming to from your sleep, you can see a pentagram, an upside down pentagram in a circle,
Oh no!
burned into the floor in front of you. In a
Uh-oh.
flash of flame, you can see a man standing in a very nice tailored suit with the head of a goat.
We forgot.
Uh-oh.
Has it been a week?
I don't think it was a week. It was like 3
It was-
days.
3 days.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Rendon, was it?
Yes, that is me. That is my name.
It's
Well,
just like,
it has officially been 3 days since the notice of your copyright infringement was served to you. As we had discussed, at the end of those 3 days, your court date would be coming up.
Yes, we did talk about that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Baphomet is a very busy man, and he doesn't have the time to attend every silly little copyright infringement case. You know, there's just too many of them. Everyone thinks goats are cool and awesome, but they're kind of his thing, right? So, anyways,
Can I
that's what I'm
roll
for.
Can I roll an insight check on this guy?
Yeah, go for it. What are you trying to glean?
If he's being honest and like he's not actually just like a scammer.
he's scamming.
Scam call.
We're
Like,
calling
trying to
we've been calling concerning your goat's extended warranty.
Well, just like trying to, make me think that I actually owe Baphomet and this guy's just trying to get money out of me. That kind of thing.
With a 13, you're not super sure. I mean, this is a shady guy, but he's also like a goat-headed man with like red eyes and a lawyer. So
Yeah, I'm gonna believe him.
That makes it the worst.
You've learned social cues, but not goat cues.
well, because Mr. Baphomet is so busy, he sent me in his stead, and he told me to make it quick. Now, we don't have a jury or a court. We don't really do that sort of thing. There's no justice in hell. But devils are nothing if not enjoyers of games. And as a show of generosity to you, and more of a just curiosity thing for me, in order to decide the outcome of this court case, I would like you to challenge me to a game. Whoever wins the case.
Oh gosh, another game.
And
I
what
believe
happens
the
if I
game-
lose?
Well, your soul will be claimed by Lord Baphomet. And he will do with you as he pleases.
What if he just outright refuses?
We're all awake at this time, right?
Yeah.
Well,
What
if you
if,
refuse, that would mean that I would have to add you to Lord Baphomet's hit list. And when he next gets the chance, he would hunt you down and kill you. And claim your soul.
Yeah, I think I'll take the game.
Amazing, wonderful. Now, because this
Can
is
I-
a game,
can I
and
speak
you
to my
have the
attorney now?
chance- Do you have an attorney?
Yeah, I do.
You would like to invoke the power of attorney?
Yes.
Say the words, I invoke the power of attorney, please.
I invoke the power of attorney.
And you see he teleports next to you. Hi, kid, I'm your attorney.
I knew it'd be
So,
something
attorney,
messed up like that.
what is my available options for a game?
Oh, well, as the nice man said, really any game you choose.
Say what?
Any game you choose.
Any game.
Was it and it just has to be Rendon who plays?
I was about to ask that. I'm like, am I able to have somebody play the game in proxy?
You'd
Or
like to,
is like a team?
you would like someone to play the game in your stead?
If that's possible, I'm considering it.
Well,
Is that possible in
Or
the options of?
can we play a team at like a team game?
You're back.
A team game.
Hold on. First, the proxy is proxy a thing, and then we'll talk about the team game.
Hold on. I have an idea about the proxy thing, but
Wait.
Okay, we'll
Well-
see if it's that's something that we could do.
It does depend. Technically, you are the one who violated it, so your punishment is still required.
Yeah.
If you were to have someone proxy for you, they would be accepting the liability for the punishment as well. So you would both be punished in the case of their failure.
So I wouldn't be able to ask a certain lawyer attorney from Baphomet to play in my stead.
No. I'm doing this pro bono, so no big risks.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Then what about a team game? Is that also, or that means everybody else takes the risk as well, huh?
Yes, I would. He teleports to the opposite side of you. I would accept a team game, if, yes, of course, they all accepted responsibility. Though, if you won in such a game, I think, in that case, maybe a reward would be plausible. It
What
does
sort
make it quite interesting.
What sort of reward?
Well, you could ask Lord Baphomet really anything within reason, and I could see if he would grant it for you. But this is, of course, if multiple souls are on the line, I only think it's fair.
That makes sense. So, may I speak to the attorney again?
Of course, he teleports right next to you.
So I like start holding out my fingers. I'm like, okay. So I know about 3 Fey games. I also remember a couple games from Earth. The basketball. I think that was something where you carry a ball across a field and like throw it through like a net or something, or was it like crossing something, an end zone or home plate? Oh, that's what it is. I think. Yeah, you carry a ball across the field and you like touch it to home plate. There's a lot of different games that I can think of.
Yes. Okay.
I wonder. Can I ask my friends here who's willing to take the
As
terms?
he's kind of doing this, I'm trying to like Adius and Saran and be like, is this our play to go along with this and get that reward?
I would, if we're being included, we need to be included in the discussion here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do, guys. Can you come help me?
Like as they're kind of figuring out that's I was just talking to those just be like, is this what we're doing? Is this we're going with this, right?
I think
I
there's
also
better
asked
options.
the attorney. I asked the attorney what is a game that he's aware of that might give us the best chance in a team effort. While you guys are talking,
Who do you ask that to?
the
The
attorney.
lawyer.
Yeah.
You're asking him which game he thinks would be best for a team game?
Yes.
Well,
While Drake and Ignis and Saran are all talking.
no, I don't. I mean,
You must have
it'd
had
have to
at
be
least
something.
a few of these, right?
Well, the idea is that you have the same. Well, yes, I've done a few of these, but I've never. This hasn't really come up before. But regardless of the outcome, well, you can either do it one of two ways. One, you are all on one team, and your success is as a group and not like individually. Or you could do it where you're kind of each individually playing, and then each person that loses gets their soul taken. I guess I don't just play to your strengths. I suppose I don't know you intimately, so I don't really know what your strengths would be. But
Here,
I
Brendan.
think
Brendan, here's an idea. And she whispers an idea that she has in mind. And she says, We could have it be a race. First person who gets from point A to point B wins. No teleportation allowed.
But
Wanted to do as a team thing, right?
Like
We
a
don't-
group race.
We don't have. Is he,
how does a group?
is he joining in on the conversation? Because she's just whispering to him personally.
He's leaning in. Yeah.
He is my attorney at this point, so everything discussed is probably important.
Yes, I would like to
She-
be part of all conversations.
She rolls her eyes. We could just have it be an individual. Have it be someone go in your stead.
But okay, like you said, the reward, you get a reward for
Yes,
if he
reward
succeeds on
aside,
the team.
let's figure out how to sort this out without having too big of a risk. Throwing all of our souls, because let's think about it here, right? We're in hell. Things are unfair. If we're gonna have any chance of winning, we would have to lean the tables in our favor.
Maybe a relay as we work as a team.
Attorney,
Yes.
have you ever heard of the fox and the geese?
No, I have not.
It was a game I've played. I guess it came from Earth, but in the Fae it was a little different. But the gist of it is, have you heard of a checkers or chessboard?
Yes, I have heard of that.
You have one fox and you have multiple geese. Usually it's 4. And the geese can only move forward in their diagonals or however they move as geese. The fox can move forward and back, just like in checkers. The goal of the fox is to get past the geese. The goal of the geese is to trap the fox where he can't move anymore.
And how would that work?
Well, if the prosecutor lawyer would be the geese, or would be the fox, and we on our team could be the geese, trying to make it so he can't move anymore.
Okay, well, that feels like a game against me.
Well, you're my attorney right now. You should be on my side.
Oh, yes. Well, it does. I'm not sure if the other guy would agree to that because
He did say any game.
Yes, but he would have to agree to it as well.
Ah. I thought in terms of him saying any game, that was agreement to any game.
No,
Oh.
no, it's in the fine print. He probably whispered it.
Oh,
Saran
so that's
mentions
annoying.
he did say that Baphomet would come when he is available. How soon would he become available? Like, when does his schedule free up?
He teleports back to the place he was before. Oh, well, I'm not at liberty to discuss his schedule specifically, but he's a little busy with a situation with his son right now, so probably like within a week or something like that.
Well, I don't even know why we're doing this in the first place, because he was doing the goat summoning in Baphomet's name in the first place.
What do you mean?
I mean, it was all in Baphomet's name, and you mentioned it being all trademarked and everything like that, but if it was in Baphomet's name, then why is there any infringement?
Well, no, he just summoned goats. He just summoned goats in hell, which is
In
kind of
Baphomet's
baffling.
name. There was a detail that
Wait,
was
when?
missed out there.
When did I? What?
She's
Roll deception. Roll deception.
Renan's like, wait, I did?
she kind of like subtly kicks you. 23.
You really couldn't. You could almost not get any better than that on a roll.
Well,
So in the first place, I
I'll-
don't even know why we're doing this.
I was not aware of that little detail. Is this true, Rendon?
I have no idea.
So
Yes.
you don't even know.
Saran,
See, he was the one that did it, so he should
His
know.
his memory is a bit fuzzy on that, given the circumstances.
Give me another deception roll.
Please be good.
15? I mean,
Eh,
it's a smaller lie. The other one was a big lie.
Bullshit.
Goat. Sorry, that's goat.
Goat shit.
You're really calling bullshit on that? I think.
Yes, I mean,
I
clearly he
think you
doesn't-
guys need to be more in order on your organization of things.
who are you? I'm a demon lawyer. Who are you?
Adam's just confused right now.
He's like been sitting crisscross applesauce this whole time.
She folds her arms
He's
and kind
like,
of
I just wanted to see my wife.
She folds her arms and leans on one leg, saying, "I'm a lawyer." And your point is?
Igneous?
You're a lawyer.
Deception?
Igneous, are you there?
I'm in hell. I mean, lawyers go to hell in the first place.
Roll me another deception roll.
Yes, I am here, Rendon.
She is
That's
going to
even
sorcery
worse.
point that.
It's even
Oh
worse.
shoot,
Worse.
that's worse.
Okay, I'm just kind of. You've done multiple lies back to back, so I really just am like it's clear when you were lying, and I can clearly tell. How about something
is
as
it
simple
lying?
as
Isn't lying under oath like an issue?
She's
No
not
one's-
under oath.
no one's under oath.
No court. There's no court. There's no court.
There's no court. We could. It could just be a simple game where each of you has to play like against me individually, and then you just kind of lose. Like you could do a rock paper scissors, just like with each person. And then if most of you win, you all win. But if most of you lose, you all lose.
I like that game.
It's a little. It's not skill based though. We don't. That's just luck.
Well, we are where we are, and he is who he is, and he is kind of representing Baphomet. I feel like he's got a lot more power and skill than the rest of us do. So I feel like an RNG random based game might be better
I
in our
mean,
favor.
okay. I guess. I mean, he says, "I look at this guy." I mean, do I get a sense that he's very capable? Can you want me to roll something like an insight?
Yeah, you can give me an insight.
At 20, 24.
This is Baphomet's avatar, or it's of that level. So he's quite a powerful being.
He's his avatar. Oh, okay.
Saran folds her arms and starts walking away. Well, I tried helping you. I'm not participating in this.
Or perhaps, Rendon, we could play a game of sticks.
Ooh, well, yeah, I guess we could.
What sticks again? Is it
Not
where you just pull?
participating though.
Is it where you just pull out a?
Sticks is the fingers game that I was playing.
Oh, that one. Gotcha.
So if I win, what is up on the table?
Well, if the majority of your team wins, like I've said, anything within reason that Baphomet would agree to grant.
Can we get that in writing?
He snaps his fingers and a contract appears.
Okay, good.
May I ask also what is within reason? Can you give us an example?
Like within his power.
Like, could he get us out of here?
Or travel to the ninth layer?
Sure.
Find this guy's wife?
I mean, anything stepping on Lord Asmodeus' toes might be a little, but he could get you there. Or he could get you out of here entirely.
Okay. I think that's worth it. Anybody up? Igneous?
I will be willing to help.
So I guess seeing as kind of that he's pretty powerful, he is the avatar of Baphomet himself.
Roll,
like
roll,
maybe
roll
like
persuasion for Saran because you kind of blew it with the fact that she was trying to help you and made it like she had a really good lie, but then you kind of foiled it. She's not happy with you.
Rendon wasn't trying to foil it, but you also had to like he was also very confused at what was going on because he's not very good at deception.
She's still angry at you, so roll persuasion.
Okay. Here we go. Watch, Nat 2. 5. Crap.
Probably not. A good plot
Unfortunately,
for that.
if my soul is lost, then there's no chance of me getting out of here. I'm gonna have to say no.
I mean, there's no it's not necessarily that. Wait, attorney. If we lose, what happens again?
Say what?
If we lose, what happens again?
If it is what?
If we lose,
Baphomet claims your souls. And gets
that
to do
doesn't
with you.
yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be dead. He could just have us work as cultists
Cultists
later on back in the faith.
You're
or
even-
something.
You're even more naive than I am.
Well, that has been stated many times, I think.
Okay, well, I have multiple cases going on, so who's in?
Aster? Hey, Aster? Aster?
She's muted.
I know.
Cleaner, you're muted.
Oh my god. I will
Would you
help.
You'll help? Yay!
You've done nothing wrong, unlike some other people. So I
Thank
will help
you.
you.
Thank you. And then Drake, you're saying you're gonna help?
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you. Saber, I'll just let you
Probably
keep
would
Saber.
not help. Probably would not help you.
Probably wouldn't, yeah.
I don't know. Saber and Rendon are pretty tight. They're pretty good friends.
Adam comes
But-
over. I'll help.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Are you sure? You don't want to.
I think we
This
got
could be-
this.
Okay. So, Boston, do you want to do the coin flip on this for Drake, Igneous, Aster, and Adam? And then
Yeah, so we're basically gonna go one, so each person will roll, and then I'll have you guys declare. So we'll go down a list. So we can start with Rendon. Rendon, call high or low, and then roll a d100.
So what is this? This is like. So remind me again how this works. And
this is shortcutting the actual game itself.
It's like with the actual game itself. What is happening again? So like you have sticks.
You start with two
You just-
fingers, one on
yeah.
each hand.
Okay.
You take turns tapping your finger on somebody else's hand. However many fingers you have on your hand, they add to that hand. If your hand ever hits 5, exactly 5, the hand is out of the game. Anytime you have an even number on your other hand, you can split it over to your hand that's gone and bring your other hand back into the game. The point is to get the other person's hands, both of their hands, out of the game while keeping at least one of yours open. So it's a numbers game. There's a few strategies to it, but it's a really simple, easy game.
Okay. I've never played sticks, so I don't have to.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
I do have one question though for the prosecutor before this all starts.
Yeah, go forward.
What time is it?
He checks his watch. Like 12:25.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so everyone except for Saber and Saran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Rendon, go ahead. Roll d100. Call high or low.
I'm going to call high on a D100. You want me to roll it then?
Yep, I'll have you
Okay.
each roll it.
Calling high.
Right.
That's one on
There's
the
a win.
board. How many people are doing this again?
5 if you include Adam.
Everybody except you.
Okay, so it's currently 1-0.
Okay. Next up, who's going next?
I can go.
Okay, pick high or low and roll d100.
Let's say hi. Dang
Ooh,
it.
1-1.
All right, next up.
I'll go.
Okay, pick high or low and then roll a d100.
Say low.
Oh no.
1, 2.
Oh,
Drake?
50-50.
A Faye lost at a Faye game.
Okay.
Austin, can I use my lucky on this? Does that work or no?
I think it's only on D20s.
Yeah, I would say that doesn't apply. If you guys can think of a way to, I don't know how you would cheat at sticks, but if anyone would like to attempt to cheat and can give
I'm
me a
still trying
good
to
reason,
understand
I'll
how
turn
the
it into
game
a roll.
works.
Oh, can I
I mean, she is a fae. She might
kind
attempt to
of-
cheat.
awaken Chomp Chomp, and he can tell me which one it is?
Wait, does
Well,
Chomp Chomp have fingers?
So you guys are playing sticks.
Uh-huh.
There's no way to cheat at sticks. Never mind.
There is, Boston.
How do you cheat?
How?
If you had an extra hand.
I guess,
Yeah,
but it's
Chomp
not
Chomp. Chomp
necessarily-
Chomp.
Does he have
If he
hands?
counts
He's
as an
a-
extra
he's a-
arm,
He's
an
a
extra hand.
plant. He's a Venus flytrap guy.
Oh, okay, yeah, so there's no fingers there, so that wouldn't work.
Aw.
Well, he has a mouth.
All right.
Thinking.
Next roll.
All right, Drake. Call high or low. Roll
I
D100.
don't have a. I don't guess I don't have a way to grow an extra hand. That'd be weird.
Too
Freaking
bad we don't have an astral self monk.
low.
I don't have a.
Oh.
Just barely.
That's-
2-2.
Sheesh.
Wow,
Okay.
that was close.
This all comes down to Adam. Now,
Come on.
I will let you guys as a group pick what pick for Adam, and then I will
Okay.
roll the D100.
Okay.
Mm,
Thomas, that was so dang close.
Statistically,
Oh,
what is
God.
the likely option here?
Well, statistically,
it's-
there is. It's a 50.
They're identical. It's flipping a coin.
Is there not at all like something like? And no one like has like a thing like.
I mean, we can. The ones that are not playing can attempt to distract the guy, so whoever is playing can try and cheat.
Or they can help Adam make the best moves to raise the chances.
Could that give advantage on it?
There's no rules against it.
Could we?
I think the most likely way to cheat at this, I think, would be the distraction. And that
That's
would just
the only-
involve like changing the amount of fingers on your hand and hoping they don't notice.
You do that with like prestidigitation or something, like make it look like
Minor illusion.
a minor illusion.
Jason may be able to make something, but it's not going to be enough or last long enough.
Saran in the middle of the game will cause a thunderous boom to occur to act as a distraction.
Okay. How are you doing this?
Booming blade.
Again, so you're striking something?
Yeah, she's just striking.
How are you trying to play this off?
You subtle.
There was a
that she's just
mosquito.
practicing her combat skills.
So while this is all going on, you are in the corner practicing your combat skills against like the wall.
Ooh, question. Does anyone have? Is it blink? What's the spell that people have that you can use that it kind of it's like blink or blur or something where you can't quite see things correctly.
Blur, I think, is the one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like the one that increases your AC or something like that.
mm.
Or
Because if you do blur, you could potentially get the guy to hit the wrong hand.
I could cast infestation and have a bunch of like bugs be annoying in his face.
I feel like that would be too obvious, though.
Like we have to cheat, but we can't be obvious about it though.
Maybe I
Well, we can
do
just let it
infestation and make
happen and
one
see
bug
what-
fly onto his eye.
Let's see what happens. I say, with how we've been rolling, I don't know. It's an even split.
I mean, Saran could still be trying to do her thing as like Adam goes to like roll.
Well, the thing is
Because
also
Saran is doing her
would,
own thing, is doing separate.
the thing is also would Adam cheat?
He would definitely not.
He might
I don't know.
actually.
He might. He's gone to hell, like trying to get
Now, my question is, how are you guys all talking about this?
I was
Yeah,
going to
that's
say
fair.
to
That's
the
a good-
attorney, can we have a moment over by ourselves to discuss strategy? You never set a time limit for the game.
That's correct. I didn't.
So maybe we have a moment to ourselves to discuss our next strategy as we are literally on the line with this last person
Sure.
between success and failure. And then we would go on and have this conversation.
Okay. Okay.
So what do you guys think? Adam, is there anything you would consider?
I don't.
Saran chimes in. Well,
If you choose to cheat, I'm not going to stop you. I clearly want to get out of this to see my wife.
I have an idea. She twirls the spell sword in her hand. I could cause a distraction, make him
Wait.
flinch.
I have an idea.
What's your idea?
Adam, will you play with me right now?
Sure.
The winner gets 9 fingers.
Oh.
Well,
Wait.
he isn't a demon though.
I have my no. It's not necessarily a demon thing. It's a Fae thing.
Oh,
Or I guess Aster could play it because she's Fae.
Well, remember, Rendon, that finger on your pinky lets you make devil contracts.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so I could do it. And I'm not getting rid of that finger. That's the one I can't get rid of.
So
That's
you
what I
want to
said.
make a contract to give him all but one of your fingers.
Yes.
Okay.
true.
Interesting.
Because then he would have extra fingers left, meaning that
And
you-
you have to fill the hand.
All right, you propose a contract as the pinky immediately on its own moves itself to the ground and begins scratching in the letters of the contract. What happens if he? So this has to be an organic game for this to work.
Yep.
So you have to just play with him. So what happens if you win?
If I win, I take some of his fingers, which is kind of it's the same contract. It's the winner gets 9 fingers.
Oh,
but then
okay.
but then you would be playing and he would have only one finger.
Yeah.
You could also make it so that if he wins, he also gets your fingers.
You could just say
Or
that
if you
regardless
win,
if he
he
wins or
also-
loses, he gets your fingers.
I don't. Would a demon contract work like that, Boston?
Yeah, you could make a demon contract work like that.
I mean, I
It's-
think it's,
it's-
up
As
to
long
both.
as he agrees to it.
True. This doesn't have to even be played based on a game. You could just sign a contract where you give him 9 of your fingers.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. That's better.
Okay, he bites his finger and writes his name in blood at the bottom of the contract as it burns up, and your fingers disappear except for that one demonic pinky. And
So I've got nubs for hands and then a
It's a
pinky.
little nub.
he gets very wide hands.
So he has a 10 finger hand and a 9 finger hand.
Dang.
Okay. I'm gonna say about double the fingers means this gets a reroll.
Okay.
All right, so
This feels Brendan
he
just
turns around
looking at
with
his hand,
more
he's like,
hands, and the attorney's like, "Wait, but I want to call that cheating, but
It's within the bounds of the rules.
you don't. Fine, screw it."
Brendan became a Powerpuff Girl.
okay, I think we take high.
Do we feel like
say we roll
advantage
high.
is a fair assessment of this, or would this be something more than
That
that?
advantage work.
He said a reroll if needed.
Okay.
Because I'd be fine with either the reroll Boston or it shifting the decider range up or down kind of thing.
True, it could be where,
This is a very
Like,
big
you can-
advantage.
you can,
is the thing.
subtract or add 10 to the result of the roll to try and skew it one way or the other. Like,
What do you feel is appropriate, Boston?
like plus, I feel like just the reroll.
Okay,
Honestly,
let's do that.
it's double the
That's fine.
fingers almost, double the chances.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
I say we go high.
Fine.
I'm going high. Okay.
Very high.
All right. The first D100. Okay. The second D100.
Hey, you're not letting us
Oh.
see it?
Yeah, we can
Oh,
see
I
it.
is
see
it on
it.
GM? Oh, it's on. I actually have a GM roll toggled. The first one was a 13.
Oh no.
Oy.
Keep it high.
Alright.
Keep it high.
This decides it.
Come on.
Yes!
All right.
Oh my gosh,
And
this is the most
just to-
stressful thing I've ever had in D&D.
Due to the sheer amount of fingers on Adam's hand, he wins. As the attorney gets him and goes, "This is bull!" And he starts kicking the stuff and punches the wall and throws
You
all
mean
the bean
goat.
bags, all the
You mean
sleeping
goat.
bags.
You mean goat
Sure,
shit?
yeah. Fine. All right. You win. What is your request for Lord Baphomet?
Okay, let's think about this.
Let's talk about it, all right? We can always
I
ask to
would say
we have the information we need to send to Asmodeus.
I would say, Adam, do you think that your wife is on the 9th level?
I'm almost certain.
What makes you think that?
If Asmodeus truly took control of me, I imagine he would hold my wife close to him so he could have
That's true.
leverage over me.
That is true.
Hmm.
Should we just request that we go to the 9th level?
I would get us out of here potentially sooner. Yes.
Are we in agreement with that?
Is there anything else that? I mean, we
I
can
don't know.
ask
I
for
don't
potentially
know if
more.
I
if
don't know
needed.
if we could. I don't know if we could add on to that.
Let's ask.
What is it exactly?
Something different, maybe not necessarily something adding on to that.
What if we ask for the ability to travel freely between any of the layers?
At will?
Or in and out of?
Ooh. That may be. I don't know. That might be a lot. We can
Well,
try.
let's start with this. Excuse me, can we speak to the attorney really quick?
He teleports over. Yes.
If we were to ask, being teleported to the 9th layer, would there be room for more reward than that?
It's one thing, so if you can lump it up all into one thing and not make it one of those wishes where you wish for like two things but in like one sentence, then sure.
Okay, so it's basically just a one wish.
We can ask. We can be transported to where his wife is.
And if Asmodeus has her in her possession, then, well, that just takes two birds out with one stone.
What will that accomplish, though?
Well, we
Wouldn't
want-
you think that
Well,
Asmodeus would be upset
We want
that
to take.
we freed his prisoner?
Well, we don't necessarily
he
have to
won't
free
be-
her just yet.
I don't think he'll be happy regardless that
Well,
we
I
free
didn't mean.
Damon.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Not his wife.
We can sort that out with him, and I'm sure he'll be overjoyed with the information we have to give him.
I can trust that, but
I mean, we can. It's likely that he sent Damon
I think-
our way to, or at least sent him out to look for the rebellion. And given that Damon found us, Asmodeus probably sent Damon after us as well to keep an eye on us. But I think being sent to the 9th layer would be the easiest and quickest way to get this all sorted out.
Where his wife is.
If his wife's at the 9th layer, I'm sure we can talk to Asmodeus about that.
I don't know if he'd be willing.
What
If he's holding her
about-
captive, why would he just let her go?
What about
Well, Jose?
what about reviving all of you guys?
Well,
So
If-
we can
Get out of jail free pass.
Well, kind of. So we, and I turn to Adam. Adam, do you know if you're able to take your wife, even though she is technically dead? Do you know that you can? Do you know
The way
you can
out
take her?
I have found will restore the dead to their bodies.
Okay.
Well, then there we go.
Are you saying that we just get sent back and you'll sort out the rest?
We try and go with Adam himself.
I think we need to
I
have
can
faith in him.
head back to us, to you, but I just don't trust you not to die again, since the last time I wasn't with you, you did. Well, I am okay with whatever you guys decide then. I just
I think
figured I
we
got an idea.
I think we're all in this together.
I think we just go. We need to go transport to where his wife is because he deserves to get her, and then he'll help us out. Whatever
don't have
happens when we get there, we'll figure it out. Okay?
You don't have to use your wish on me.
No,
Well, I mean,
I think
we can regardless. We can also get, like, Adam can show us the way to get to the entrance,
you
and then
get
we will be
you
able
get
to.
to where your wife is, and then from there, you show us where the exit is.
Well, I don't.
Wouldn't be wasting it just for you; it would be for all of us.
What I meant is we can ask for something else, and eventually we'll get there with Adam, and then help him get to his wife. We don't have to teleport to his wife necessarily, considering there may be guards, and we will have to go head first into a fight that we may not be prepared to. If we travel there, we'll potentially be able to see what is waiting there.
If we arrive at the 9th layer, Asmodeus will know that we're there and will likely welcome us. Because he'll
Do
likely
you
know
know?
that we have the information that he needs.
But
And seeks.
like the guy said, we don't even know if we can fully trust him. If we can get his wife, and then exit and leave, right?
His
We
wife
wouldn't.
is right next to Asmodeus. Do you know where she is, Adam?
9th
I
layer.
think
That's all.
I don't know exactly, but like I said, I've searched every lair thoroughly. I haven't found her yet, so I suspect she is in the 9th.
Well,
And
then,
I suspect Asmodeus has her close.
regardless of whichever route that we're choosing, whether we be talking with Asmodeus to share information, or if we choose to just exit freely, either way, we're going to need to go to the 9th layer. I think that's our choice.
Apparently, but I think you're simplifying the issue or the options, but sure.
I mean, it's either that or get revived, and we're in this together.
Even Adam here.
I'm not just going to leave you two by yourself.
Does Aster have any thought on any of this?
Well, I want to help them, but also, if we're gone, they can't hurt them.
Would we potentially? I asked this to the lawyer. With those who played the game, would they all be able to ask smaller boons, like each person individually?
Well, it was kind of like one prize.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I was just wondering.
You could wish for something that applies to each person individually, but it's got to be one thing.
How much authority does Baphomet have down here?
I mean, he's a fairly prominent figure, and he's.
Would he?
Hmm?
would he be allowed to give us free travel through the different layers as well as in and out of hell?
He probably wouldn't be able to give you free entrance and exiting of hell and free travel through the planes or through the layers, but one or the other. It'd be a one-time situation for the leaving hell. Like if you're going to leave hell, he's going to let you leave hell, but he's not going to let you just come back.
That's
But
fair.
if you want the ability to switch between the layers, I think that could be agreed upon.
Well,
Hmm.
let me state this at least. If we were to just leave hell, we make enemies with Asmodeus for the rest of our lives.
Not a good plan.
Also, not necessarily the
And if we tell Asmodeus the things, and if he is happy and not totally insane, like who we think he might actually be, he might just give us the ability to leave anyway, out of gratitude for what we've done.
Mr. Lawyer. Do we have to make a decision now?
Yeah, that would be ideal, so I can get the hell out of here.
Plan words.
I think we just have to we're just gonna have to hope that maybe the information is enough and that it
Wait,
will please them.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, what was your name again?
What?
Goat.
Goat? Okay. Well, Goat, greatest of all time.
I like that.
Isn't the phrase you need to get the heaven out of here? Because we're in,
He slaps you across the face. Don't say that word here.
sorry.
It's a blasphemous word.
You're gonna be copyrighted again.
It's like saying the
Oh,
N-word.
no!
An
Anyways.
angel appears. You've been served.
Dang it. Not again.
But before we make our decision, she pulls out Carter. Carter?
Yeah.
How much do you currently know on the rebellion?
I know exactly where their headquarters is.
And that...
And I know a lot of their inner workings. Pretty much most everything.
That should be enough.
We'll try to start maybe with just the what I'm blanking, I'm sorry. The stuff with what's his name? The demon guy. I'm it's late. What is his
Asmodeus?
name? Not Asmodeus, but the guy who's in charge of the rebellion.
Mammon.
Mammon, thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm literally like blanking. We can lead with that information first, see how he feels about that, and if he doesn't accept that, or
If
that
he
we can
wants
try to
more
give
information behind that, then we can share more information. We have a lot of information available.
You guys really are okay with dooming all of those people?
No,
I'm okay with any of this.
but I'm desperate.
Well, why did you suggest? Okay, fair.
So we're just gonna go to just the 9th level.
That seems like the best choice.
Are you going to request anywhere specific in the 9th level, or are you just asking to get to the entrance?
We can
should
ask
show
to
up
be
at
at the
the
front gates of
way.
Asmodeus.
You want it to
What
take you
was
to
the-
Asmodeus?
What
That-
did,
Wait,
what
I
did
think
you say?
I think
Why
it
are
should take us to Adam's wife.
Well, Adam's wife could be in possession of Asmodeus.
The other
Vice
way
versa.
around, but yes.
Why aren't we
If we're
asking
wanting
for?
to go to Asmodeus anyways.
Why aren't we asking for the ability to travel freely between the layers?
Because we only need to go to the 9th.
And
Mhm.
we already have, like, even if Adam knows the way, so it's a little bit redundant.
Yeah.
I
That-
think, at least.
It's fair.
And if we needed to, we could always ask Asmodeus for that.
That's fair. Okay.
All right. I think the best deal would be to just be put at the 9th layer where Asmodeus is.
The only worry I have is that he might not be happy that we unbranded Adam here.
We can sort that out.
Are you sure? I don't know.
Well,
That's what worries me.
we have to make a decision and be okay with that, though.
I'm sure all the information that we wish to provide him will at least sweeten up everything.
Just so you are aware, I trained specifically for this.
To
Well, I may ask about that later.
I was fully prepared to march through hell to Asmodeus and tear my wife from his grasp.
Okay.
You need not worry.
All right. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
We'll
Let's
have
do it.
faith. We'll have faith in them.
and we can always explain that it was just a matter of curiosity that brought us to that.
In case. I don't know. We'll see. All right. We'll go.
All right, what's the word?
We wish to travel to the 9th layer where Asmodeus is.
I was gonna say the word is the bird, but okay.
I really wish you lost that case.
Thanks for playing.
All right. You wish to be taken to the 9th layer where Asmodeus is. Is that your last final lock it in?
Rendon, this is your wish.
I guess so. Yeah,
He just gives
Let's
a
do
thumbs
this.
up with his single demon thumb.
it's a pinky.
Oh, it's a pinky. He just give a thumbs up, but it's just the fist with
Pinky.
a pinky.
Just a pinky. He's being fancy.
Very well. I shall take you to the 9th layer of hell where Asmodeus is. And he snaps his fingers,
Oh no! Wait.
and hellfire wraps around you guys as it gets to heat, like where it's like slightly uncomfortable, and then it begins to like burn and sting. And as it vanishes, you find yourselves transported. You assume to the 9th layer of hell, because you are in the exact pit that you had been warned about this entire time.
Oh no!
You find yourselves waist deep in a swirling maelstrom of soul and flesh and gore, all swirling towards a singular peak that hardens and transforms into a throne, which Asmodeus is currently lounging in. As you find yourselves waiting within this kind of reverse whirlpool, you can feel the nervous systems of all the bodies around you starting to like press into you and start to connect into your own as searing pain begins to overload every sense in your body. Everyone make me Constitution saves.
Rendon's gonna summon Paprika as his armor, the whole body encasing armor.
Oh shit!
You can see Ignis is like
What's your point?
shifting colors constantly between like a starry to regular, just out of sheer pain.
And this is a con save, Boston.
Yeah, I rolled a now
Yes.
one.
You want to re-roll? You can
So
score 3
this
points.
is like the
That's
first
for
thing
checks.
that happens. So if anyone is going to do anything, it has to be after succeeding this check. You need a 20.
Okay.
I'm gonna use
So we
my lucky
continue roll?
feet.
Okay.
21. Okay.
Oh, so we can continue rolling.
So this is just for the first little bit. So Felina is rolling lucky. Not quite. So in this first submersion into this soul maelstrom, and the way it looks like there's like flesh that's like making up most of it, and then you can see like the bright blue energy of souls kind of traveling through it and surging through. Specifically, here, let me just group you guys together so I can teleport you, and switch to the other map.
Oh, nice! You have a map.
I don't want to. Okay.
Your wording was the best.
Oh my gosh!
That is cool.
So sat in the chair is Asmodeus.
I would assume he knows that we're here.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm just gonna plop you guys down here, and you are just kind of all caught up in the maelstrom. And like you are unable to form those that got less than a 20. You are unable to form any thoughts and focus on anything because you are overloaded with sheer pain as you get grafted into the collective nervous system of this flesh maelstrom.
How's Adam faring? Yeah.
Wait, so what about those who succeeded?
Those that succeeded, you are able to stave off the pain for at least 6 seconds in order to do something.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to summon Paprika as armor.
I'm going to roll for Adam real quick. Okay, he got exactly 20, so he is still pushing through. So, Rendon, you summon your Paprika armor. Is this what's the idea with doing that? Is just kind of keep things burning on you, so it's not like getting you.
So the Paprika armor, the armor that Rendon wears, is almost completely encompassing his body. Like there are very, very few openings and holes in this armor normally, and that's just the armor in general. That has nothing to do with me trying to make it special or anything. And because I'm summoning her as that, I'm also going to, when I get a chance, summon the last 10 of the soldiers and have them pick people up and carry them if they're incapacitated.
Okay.
Because these soldiers are just fire incarnate.
Okay, so you summon the soldiers. Are you summoning them like within proximity of your friends?
Yes, and they're going to have the fire burning down, so they're not killing anybody, but hot enough that they're able to burn away some of the blood and nervous system if they get too close.
Okay, this is a very hard to move in space. So you summon them into this place. So they kind of like appear out of it, and they're also kind of waist deep in it. And it is currently it's churning and spinning, and it's very hard to maneuver. So it requires a strength roll to move at all.
Yeah.
But they are there now, and I will say with your armor summoned, you can have advantage on those con saves. As for Igneous and is that it? You're the one that got okay. Igneous, what do you do?
Igneous rolled twice as the thing.
I rolled again because you said that we should roll again. That's what I imagined.
No, that's not what I meant. So not quite yet. I guess the only person to go would be Rendon initially.
Yep.
Oh, and Felina missed her reroll, huh?
Just barely.
Yeah.
Dang.
What are we gonna reroll for?
Lucky.
So
unlucky. Yeah.
The first round has gone by now. Now it's the second. So Igneous, you got 21. Everyone else other than Igneous, go ahead and roll again. See what happens.
22 on mine.
Oh my gosh! I just rolled one higher. Are we at least getting pulled out of it all?
Pulled out of
you
what?
will be in a second.
Okay.
Oh, by the soldiers.
So did Adam do anything?
True. Adam is free of. He's going to attempt to claw his way towards Asmodeus. So he's going to make his strength check, also having to beat a 20 in order to move.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes, this is not easy. Yeah, he's going to be able to make his way through, but he's only going to be moving at half speed. So he moves 1, 2, 3, 4, just 20 closer.
And this is a strength check, not a strength save, right?
Check, yes.
Okay.
Would he be dashing? Is that him dashing?
He is unable to dash. He can just do plain movement while in this maelstrom.
So, any who's like who has that Elzashin could like call out, maybe like say Asmodeus.
Asmodeus.
Baphomet.
You said we are waist deep in that. Does that mean that we can go up and get out of it?
You'd have to have something to pull you out. So if you want to try and start heading your way towards the kind of, basically it's a bunch of bodies all swirling together, and then they go up and kind of coil into what eventually goes up into the spire that makes up Asmodeus' throne, and as they go up, they kind of like harden and become more like structural. But sorry, while I was explaining that, I forgot what your question was. Yeah, you would need to like you can crawl towards it and start climbing up it, or if there's
So
anything
the-
above you that you could grab onto and like have attempt to pull you out, you could. But currently, where you're at, you're only
Yeah.
kind of sinking more.
Well, we can't. I guess in the case of like Drake, Saran, and myself, we can't fly up.
Oh,
We're,
try
like,
and
in-
fly out.
Yeah.
You can attempt to.
Okay.
That's going to also be a strength check.
Hey, Boston, did all 10 of my soldiers make it?
Make it as in.
They're all here. Like, they're all summoned.
Oh yes, yeah, you did summon them all.
Okay, because they're going to attempt to lift people out of the fluid. They're not necessarily going to be able to carry them anywhere, but their plan is to lift them up and out.
Okay. For each person they're trying to lift, so there are 10 of them.
Yep.
And there are 6 of you.
Yep. So they're not going to be lifting me, and
Oh.
Adam's already further away from them than they are. So the other 10 are going to be about 2 per person, other
Okay.
than me and Adam.
So roll for each person you are attempting to lift out, and do so with advantage.
Okay.
And you
And
are
this
trying
needs
to
to be
beat
a
a 20.
20.
Yes,
Okay.
you are trying to beat a
So
20.
this is the one for Drake. So the first one was a success with a nat 20. I don't know how to toggle advantage on the
Just roll twice.
She'll
on the
twice.
roller.
Yeah, with
So
the way you're doing it, yeah. Just
okay, the next would be Aster. Here's the next 2. The second one's a success. Okay. Next one's going to be Igneous. Those both failed.
Okay.
He
next
does though.
one-
He is conscious though, so maybe he can
Yeah, I can get myself out of there. I think.
together.
You can also climb off of them if you wanted.
Could him trying to fly up with a spell be able to lower that DC?
Actually, with the pushes, at least helping a little bit.
I would let Igneous roll a strength check with advantage.
Okay. And then here's Saran. Both failed.
Figured. I've been
And
doing
then
bad rolls.
Saber. And then here's for Saber. Saber's lifted out of the fluid.
Also
Okay.
success.
So Aster, Drake, and Saber are lifted.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, these soldiers are able to lift them up, hold them up above their heads, ripping off all of the nervous system that's kind of clung to them as you 3 are freed from pain.
So we're just kind of to get out.
It's up to you, Gia.
You're above the fluid.
Yeah, so you guys can do things as normal.
Okay, Boston.
I-
I'm just a little bit confused on what was happening. So, for the second time I rolled a 21. On top of that, I needed to roll a strength save to be able to move.
Yes.
Or to
Yeah, so
cast a spell?
you... this is to fly out of it. Now you're like, they're helping you a little
Oh,
bit, so this is you to
so-
like fly and pry yourself out.
I wasn't attempting to fly necessarily. I was just asking, but I guess if I am mostly out, I'm just gonna fly out.
Well, so they were trying to lift you out, they were failing. So I guess I don't know. Spencer had asked like if this would help with you attempting to escape yourself, and I said it would let you have a advantage on a strength I guess this would be a check to get out.
Oh, okay. So is it just me that didn't get out?
It's me as well.
It's Ran, you, and then Rendon's still in there, and so is Adam.
How close am I to either of them? Am I next to each one?
I just kind of place you guys wherever, so it's just you are like 10 feet away from Saran and Adam, and like 15 from Rendon.
I'm looking at something real quick.
Also, Boston, I have a way for Ridden to be able to move.
I guess when I first get up, I'll at least fly up so I'm out of the out of like the maelstrom right there, right?
Okay, yeah.
And
So being like lifted up, you're just beating your wings and now going
Yeah.
up above them. Okay.
seeing Asmodeus over there, I'll just shout out, Asmodeus!
Oh, sorry, I hadn't noticed you were there.
He totally did.
Help my friends get out here and we can talk.
Well, I wasn't aware that you would be arriving.
I know. That's a lot of things have happened. But if you can get them out, we can talk. We have information.
I'll let them out if they beg me to.
So, Boston, how
I'd be
difficult
like,
terrain is this?
"Please."
Aster, what was your roll for your second attempt to... Oh, you didn't roll yet. Fleeing, make another con save.
She did.
She rolled the second for the lucky one. I don't think she rolled again for
Yeah.
the second round of it.
It did. So who's
I mean,
who's
she
out?
got pried out though. So
Saber.
Oh, she did get
Drake,
lifted up. Never mind. That's my bad. I forgot that happened.
and Aster.
Yeah, so Aster, you say what?
I'd just be like, please get me out.
I thought you were out of there, aren't you?
I know.
Well,
Kinda teasing
you're
me.
still like caught down there. So you're not trying actually to beg. You're just making fun of him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You're taunting him.
No.
oh no.
Aster.
Yeah, like-
Aster
like
is
a-
Aster
like
in
a-
this situation
like
in a taunting
Like
mood.
like a flirting way.
Interesting.
If only there was a nice, strong man who could get me out of here.
You said funny or like flirting.
Flirtatious way. She said
Okay.
flirtatious, so
Yeah, she said in a flirting way.
part of me wonders if like whenever she's flirting, if she's trying to
Um,
like whenever she's flirting in game, if she's trying to flirt, like if she's actually like flirting with Boston, just like through flirting with Boston's characters. I don't know. Just the thought.
Let's see why she wouldn't.
He scowls at you when you say that. He's like, not interested.
Damn.
If you beg, I'll free you from the maelstrom.
Please help them.
Oh, I'm not talking to you. You're free
You
already.
know that the pain that they're going through, they can't talk.
If it matters enough to them, then through sheer force of will, they should be able to eke out a little beg.
What'd Adam do?
Roll another con save.
Come on, roll
I'll have
again.
Rendon and Adam will as well.
18.
And Igneous,
Not quite.
you aren't free either, so I'll have you roll one too.
I have the highest con save, and here I am failing it.
The others, I mean, the guys are still maybe on the nerd. They're still pushing her up.
Rendon,
Yeah, strength save maybe.
They are
Adam's
pushing.
now reached like the base of it and is crawling his way up.
Dang, he's pretty strong. I will at this point try to help Saran as well.
Dang, no. That sucks. Okay, so you go over to Saran. Saran, roll again. This is the advantage.
Constitution or strength?
Con
This
save,
is
yeah.
strength. Oh,
So-
okay. I thought
Actually,
it was strength
wait,
so that she can be
you know-
pulled out.
Yeah, 'cause
Drake, roll a strength check. Roll strength check first, Drake.
All right, strength check first. Okay. Can I give guidance to a strength check?
Does it say saves
think
or checks?
Guidance. What does guidance do?
I think it's
again?
checks.
Ability
Yeah,
check
it's
of your
checks.
choice. So no.
This is a strength check.
Oh
So,
yeah, it is a
yes.
strength check. Never mind. Sorry,
Strength is ability. So yeah, so I'm gonna give myself some guidance.
not strength save. It'd be strength save for me if I was trying to, or check for me. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
That guidance ain't doing shit.
Yeah, even a D4, and that's not doing anything. Even with that 4, cool.
However,
Yeah, you go to
the soldiers.
pull on Saran to try and lift her out. Yeah, the soldiers can try again. So,
Okay,
if you
yeah.
want to roll for them again.
Roll for Igneous and me.
There it is.
All right, is that for me?
And you're out. Yep.
Hey, okay. She lets
And
out like
Igneous is out.
she lets out a gasp of air, just like after just being relieved of all that pain, and she is going to try to assess her surroundings, and then seeing Asmodeus, she's gonna jump from where the people are carrying her, and she is going to turn into a dragon midair and start flying.
Okay.
Is
Since you
Rendon
were assessing
okay?
the area, make a perception check for me as well.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Rendon. What was your other roll? Did you fail again?
13.
Your third time?
You can
Um,
reroll that if you want.
my con save, right?
Yeah.
Here's my 2 con saves. My first one was a success. Nat 20. Wow. Don't know why that did it like that.
Well, he did roll 20 though, so I guess
Yeah. Okay. You are able to focus now. How are you attempting to get out, or are you going to beg Asmodeus to get you out?
I'm going to use my action, or I'm going to use my bonus action to breathe in some of the light again. And it doubles my movement. And then I'm going to use my action to pull out, to form the sword with Paprika, and use this version of my attacks I can do, which is to disintegrate a 5x5 cube of non-living material within 5 feet of me.
Is it living material though?
If it's
It's-
living, the target must make a charisma save or take a ton of radiant damage.
This is flesh that doesn't belong to any beings, really.
So,
So
it's not living.
it's organic, but it's not living, I would say.
Yeah.
So you just disintegrate the area around you.
Yep. Give myself a clearing for a second, and then I'm going to, using that doubled movement, make that long jump, and then try to run the rest of the way.
or high jump or something.
Okay.
High
So
jump
you raise
over
the sword,
yeah.
and a flash of flame and a bubble around you fully disintegrates all the flesh, bringing up a. It already smells horrible in here, but there's just a burnt flesh smell, but like so bad that it fills the entire area and burns at your nostrils. And then you're going to attempt to get out. Let's just make this a simple dex check.
Okay. Just a dex check.
So
I'll
since
give
I
you
was near
advantage with
Saran,
the double speed.
seeing that Saran was nearby and right near where Rendon is, I see Rendon doing this. I also will attempt to try to help him up.
How?
Okay, so yeah. What exactly are you doing?
So what do I see Rendon doing? I see him getting ready to jump, right?
Yeah, just
Yes.
disintegrating. He's just kind of gonna try and run out and jump. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna I think what I can maybe do is I'm going to. I think let me see how this works. I might be able to. I want to read this. Does this come from myself? Gust of wind. Yeah, it's from myself. I was going to try to like maybe put like a gust behind him to like give him some extra like jumping speed. See if that could do that. Maybe wind wall could. Yeah, I think wind wall. I'm gonna put like direct a wall of wind kind of below him to like give him like a push upwards if it can. Like put it
Okay.
like below him and have it go up.
All right, Rendon, first give me those with advantage a dex check.
Okay. Sweet. There's a 20 total.
Okay. Yeah, so you run, jump out, and then the wind of Drake's wind wall catches you. Where would you land? You can go like 30 feet out from where you are right now.
30 feet out.
There's solid ground everywhere there.
I would try to land just in front of Adam.
And you're just going to try and latch onto this thing?
Yeah.
All right, make that an athletics check.
Okay. I do have the sword, so I might try to stab the sword into it, but that's whatever.
Give me the athletics check, and then roll to hit.
Okay. Nat 20.
Oh, okay. The sword does help. You land and like dig it in, and are able to use that as kind of just to create a hold, and are able to fully latch yourself on.
I'm doing this weird stuff. It's really weird.
So now, Saran, Drake, Astra, are you flying?
Yeah.
Igneous, are you?
Am I out?
No, he's not.
They
Actually, no, he
lifted you
is.
up out of
He is.
You got lifted out. You got lifted out. Yeah.
Oh,
He got
okay.
pushed out. Saber has stuff
Yeah.
to kind of move over there, right? Too.
Yeah.
I would say Saber's like speed and like abilities like that. I'm sure he'd be able to get himself.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
cat
I
could
would-
probably
I would
run on
be
water.
flying.
Yeah, Igneous, you just kind of now that you're up, just using your flight to lift yourself up.
Yeah, he's like it looks like he's like in and out of the engaging flight, and like he is also like from starry to regular.
Oh, you're flipping between them. Okay, so you
Yeah,
like
he's
lift up, drop, lift up, drop each time you like.
It's like, yeah, not necessarily losing much altitude, but he's not well, considering it reminded him of being tortured.
Okay. Now with all of you out now, Asmodeus just looks at you and asks, "Well, I'm assuming because you're here, that means you've got the information I requested."
Hold on, I need to put Saran back at full health because we got a long rest.
That's true. Is there just like this spot here that's kind of like safe-ish?
It's hardened towards the top, so they're kind of clinging on to where it is because it's not like sucking them in constantly. And then Spencer, your perception check. It doesn't require much perception behind Asmodeus over here. If I can get to go, you can see a woman with pale white skin,
Yeah.
a pair of demonic wings, and this like platinum blonde hair with these ivory horns coming out, and faces all over her body, half grafted into the wall. Like her wings are like plastered against it and like kind of half growing into it. Her arms only up to like her arms are up to the forearm in the wall, as with her legs, and she's just kind of hanging there behind Asmodeus. Clothed enough, like she's covered where it matters, but she's not like fully wrapped. And you can just see like faces kind of all over her body.
Okay. And you said this platform is like,
This platform is probably
because not everyone's gonna
a
fit on
total-
there.
it is probably about 100 feet tall. Where the blue ends is kind of the edge where the maelstrom is grabbing people. So if you are standing, this is sloped though, so it's slippery. So if you're to stand here, you would like it doesn't look like you have a good hold, but these are like kind of flesh platforms. So if you can find a way to like, if you can stand on these, then you wouldn't have to worry about being sucked back in.
Okay. She's just gonna try to find somewhere to, somewhere that's within sight of Asmodeus, but also, like that she can stand firmly.
Okay.
Big enough to land as a dragon, if that's possible. Is
Yeah,
there a spot
any of
like
these
that?
red spots you can drop on.
Okay.
They're just little flesh ledges out of this like sloped kind of bowl-shaped area. And another thing you notice, and all of you notice now that you're like up and out and you're not worried with like all the pain shooting throughout your bodies as you're kind of looking around, you guys also notice the woman at the back grafted into the wall, all these platforms, and then you look above you. And above you, like the ceiling's quite high. It's all looks like you're inside of like flesh. And the sides of the walls, you can see parts of ribs, like you're inside the chest cavity of something, but you're also sat in the stomach, but there's no like organs, except from a heart that is hanging almost like a chandelier from what seems to be the actual ceiling of this place. And it is just dum 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 beating.
How loud is it?
It's not quite like loud. It's just like it's loud as like, you know, when someone like drives by your house blaring the music, like the bass on their car, and you can like
Oh,
feel
okay.
it
You
rumble
feel
in your
like
house.
the vibrations.
You
and
feel it in
whatnot?
your chest each time it
Okay.
thumps. But it always kind of seems like it's in the background. Like the sound of this heart beating kind of transcends space and time and physics. But that's all what you kind of catch now that you're out and free. Aster, since you're flying, are you trying to find, like, now that you guys see Saran find a perch? Saran, place yourself wherever you would like.
Okay, I already did.
Are you just clinging to the pole of his chair? You guys are all like hanging underneath his
no.
throne.
No,
was
I
there
did say
perch?
that she was gonna find somewhere to.
Okay, any of these like red polyps that you can see, go ahead.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Oh, like here? You mean like these
The
things?
outside, yeah, those are ledges that are hanging over the bowl-shaped
Oh,
bottom of this
these things. Okay.
area. Anything in the center where the blue dots are is the maelstrom.
Okay.
So I'm talking about the big red things towards the outmost part of the map.
Okay.
Oh, like these things.
The big ones. Anything within the area that these these
Big
blue
red things
dots-
outside.
Deep.
Goodness, that
Outside,
is out
outside.
there.
anything where you can see these blue souls is the maelstrom, and you'll get sucked in if you land on them.
Okay.
If you land on the dark red spots, you will slide towards the maelstrom as it's pulling everything
Okay.
in. The only place to not be pulled in are these ledges.
Okay. I'm not.
I'm gonna be on where I put myself, but flying up like 30 feet above it.
Okay, you're just kind of floating.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
now with
then
that
there.
started, Drake,
Okay.
are you wanting to stay where you're at?
I'm still like I'm not like sitting. I'm flying myself still.
Adam is
Right,
going
but-
to try and jump. I know he's really within his range.
If he shouts that he needs help getting to one of the platforms, then Saran can help out.
Yeah, as he kind of looks around and engages it, it's like, would anyone mind helping me get to one of these?
Saran will turn back into a dragon, grab him, bring him over to a platform.
Maybe also grab Rendon too.
Wait, why are we not going up to him?
It's because
Well,
he can hear us from here. It's just these platforms are big enough for people to be on.
You're also not like clinging to the leg of his chair.
Yeah, I would grab Rendon too. Maybe if you can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say you can.
She'll
Okay.
after doing that, she'll kind of do a pass again, and bring Rendon.
I guess also seeing that we just want to get to safe ground, I also will be like, turn on Asmodeus. I'm just gonna get to safe ground real quick, and just fly over here.
Go ahead.
At this point, Boston, I think the soldiers would either be smothered because they are just kind of fire, or I would have given up, or I would just let them go back to being non-existent after that point
Cool. Yeah,
because they serve their purpose.
you let them crumble into ash.
Yep.
And you know what? That was also cool. So I'll give you a D6 cool die for that.
Yeah, that was also. I don't know what we would have done without freaking Rendon there.
Also, I think I have 2 cool die saved up. So is that just 3d6s, or how does that work again, Boston?
Yeah, pretty much. But you can only use like one per roll.
Are you
Yeah,
allowed to
yeah.
gift a cool die?
I wish.
I would allow
I
in
forgot I
moments
still
of-
have a cool.
I would
No,
like
I
to allow
still
like
have a cool die.
if you were to use the help action, you could opt out of giving advantage and instead give them a cool die you have. Saran, by the way, I will give you a D6 cool die as well for making that kind of alignment choice earlier.
Okay.
But anyway, you guys are now situated, Asmodeus atop his throne. All right, well, now that you are comfortable, let's get back to what really brings you here. Do you have the information I requested? And do you need a reminder of what that was?
Saran speaks up. We do. We do have the information that you seek.
Very well. What is it?
For starters, it seems that Mammon is either heavily involved or is the leader of this resistance. And we have
Not
good
the
reason to
main
believe
leader.
that.
He's a big sponsor.
She just waits for his
So
response.
you found who was behind it. Now, where are they based?
They are based in the Flesh Wastes.
Underneath it all. How do they survive, do you know?
They have outposts there. They have several bases of operation. I personally don't know the specific locations of them. However, we were able to extract that information out of one of the generals, I believe it was. And everything that he knew, we now have the information for.
Wonderful. Well, that is what I had asked for. So, I just need to verify it, if you wouldn't.
She
Let's give
nods and pulls Carter out. And she goes ahead and turns into a dragon while grasping Carter in her claw, and she, as she flies over to Asmodeus, hands Carter over and flies back and transforms back.
He grabs it. What is this? What is this?
It's a map. You explain where it is that you wish to go, and it will tell you where to go.
and give you
He unfolds
information
it.
that you need.
Looks at it and, runs his fingers over it.
Be careful, though. He is a bit finicky.
Name's Carter.
Yeah, as he runs his fingers over Carter.
Coding.
You broke up.
Oh. Carter just goes, "Oh, it tickles, stop! This..." And he, looks down at it and looks to the woman behind him. "This is a strip of my wife's flesh. How did you get this?"
Um,
I'll repeat. How did you get this?
we were gifted it.
By? Do not try lying to me. It won't work.
Anubis. And she kind of lowers her head a bit.
Why would Anubis of all people have a strip of my wife's flesh? And he uses his finger and beckons behind him as the flesh of the wall that is holding on to this pale white demon woman kind of pushes her out kind of on this this column of flesh that gets to right where Asmodeus is. And he kind of leans her out of the flesh a little bit and looks at her back. From what you guys can see, there's just a strip of flesh missing in a square shape on her back.
If it would be all right
Is
for me
there
to just speak up, regardless on how he got it or why he got it, it at least did help you find out where the rebellion is.
Little Carter, could you explain to me what's going on? and he spits in Asmodeus' face as he wipes. And he simply takes the flesh, and he's going to kind of stuff it in his back pocket and move what you assume to be his wife kind of back into the wall as the flesh reabsorbs her. Very interesting. What does Anubis have to do with all this? Well,
Cutting.
You're cutting
I don't know
out.
what's going on right now.
Internet, maybe.
What is your connection to Anubis?
He's a close acquaintance of ours. He's been helping us out.
We didn't know for a long time that he was Anubis. We only just recently found out.
So, unbeknownst to you, you have been working alongside Anubis. When did he give you this?
When we got to hell,
So, your souls went to him first?
that'd be correct.
Oh. So this goes deeper than just Mammon. There are more traitors afoot.
I wouldn't say that he's a traitor. In fact, he's actually fighting alongside us to eliminate Diabolus. He's been helping
I
us
don't
out.
know how I'm not supposed to feel threatened when a piece of my wife's flesh is handed to me.
More importantly, I feel. Do you recognize the man that's there beside Rendon?
Yes, I do. Hello, Damon. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Adam, wasn't it? He's kind of fuming. The rest of you have had your turn. Asmodeus, where is my wife? You just had to meddle with things you weren't supposed to mess with. He made a fantastic soldier when I had him under my control. He's a pain in the ass like this. Your wife is right here, dear boy. And he leans to the side, and you can see in his chair, like making up almost like the peak of the back of it, you can see a woman's face. And her hair kind of spilling over, and you can see Asmodeus grab a lock of her hair and kind of twirl it in his fingers. Did you come all the way down here to get her back? See, now Adam's kind of gone silent, and is just... You can, like, hear his fist clenching. Look, you've given me the information I asked of you. I told you I would give you an audience with myself. I am a man of my word. So, here that audience is. Ask me whatever you like, and we'll be done with this.
What is Diabolus' weakness?
Far too vague of a question.
What do you
Same
know
with
about him that you know? I mean, you were able to banish him.
I was able to banish him because both Heaven and I agreed upon it. The god of the crossroads locked him away for us.
God of the Crossroads.
He oversees all planar travel. And he can forbid people from crossing over into certain planes. So in the case of Diabolus' exile, when the courts of heaven and hell put in a request together, the god of the crossroads is required to oblige. And he locked my son away in limbo forever. He is forbidden to pass the bounds of that plane.
Are you aware of Diabolus' plans?
I've heard rumors, but nothing specifically.
Mind if I shed light on what specifically those plans are?
If you give me permission, I can root around that mind of yours and find out myself.
She hesitates for a moment. And then after like 5 seconds, she nods.
You can see the hands that are kind of coming from his back and like over his chest, and the ones that are going down and kind of to his thighs lift up. And as they go up, the hands like expand and rip open into wings, and he has a set of 4 wings that beat and lift him up off the throne over to you as he lands right in front of you. And he grabs the sides of your head, brings you close, and places his lips on your forehead as this like blood red dripping, almost like residue is left, and it seems to like soak in to your flesh. As he steps back, rolls his head back, and his eyes begin kind of almost like a jackpot machine, like flipping over themselves as you see flashes of your own memories in his eyes before it stops. That was good. Good information. Thank you. And he goes back to his throne, and the hands kind of go back to how they were. You really have proven quite useful.
I mean, it did take us like, what, only like 2 days?
Yes, I'm quite impressed.
Anyone else want to chime in? Anyone else have anything? I don't want us
Yes.
to control.
Finish up with your questions.
I think he's still just too shaken up to even.
Here's what I'll do. Each one of you gets one question for me. Whatever it is, I will answer it. One question has already been asked. The rest of you, ask away. Well, I suppose 2 questions have been asked. So, Drake, you had asked...
What is like
His
Asmodeus'
weakness was.
weakness?
You mean Diabolus' weakness, not
Diabolus.
Asmodeus'.
Diabolus, yes.
What's your
So in
weakness?
In addition to telling you about like the whole limbo thing, just to answer your question directly, without emotion, he's powerless. So he needs emotion to feed on to have power. That's why we locked him away in limbo by himself, so he would have no real power. But it sounds like he's found ways to circumvent that, given Saran's memories. And that is a problem. But other than that, there is no one specific weakness. I'm sure you do not have any specific singular weaknesses. Blades will pierce your flesh, just as any other. Next.
Who's going to speak up next?
I'll just
Ask
say,
her.
I'll say, can you give this guy's wife back, please?
A request. Well, why? Why should I?
I'll give you a kiss on the cheek.
I already said I wasn't interested.
Saran speaks up to kind of help out. I mean, we did give you information that you did request, and it's extremely valuable information.
Yes, but the ball is still in my court, isn't it?
It is.
I decide whether you live or die right now. So your information is as much is worth as much to me as I decide it is. I'd owe you nothing. But I do know what you want. I know you want your lives. Darling, if you would like to ask a different question, I will allow it because, well, it's more of a request. If there's any information you want from me, go ahead.
Can I give my question to someone else? Because I don't actually need to talk to you.
Oh, sure, yeah. Whatever you want.
Thank you. Whoever wants an extra question, take it.
What will take for you to return his wife?
I'm so hung up on this guy's wife. I'm sure that's not why you wanted to have an audience with me in the first place, is because some guy you don't know's wife. What will it take me to give his wife back? I don't know. When I'm done with him?
Why torment him specifically like this?
He's a very useful man with very powerful feelings that are very, very easy to manipulate. Normally, men of that power are hardened against such things, but his emotional connection to his wife gives me the perfect way to get him to do what I would like. You see, the feeling of love is the easiest to pervert. It can go from love to lust to a deep, dark desire.
What is Adam? I imagine Adam has something he's been wanting to say.
I think Adam is just being nice, so you get to ask your questions before he attempts to beat the pulp out of me. Is that correct, Adam? He just kind of huffs and nods. A good man to the very end.
How many questions is that out of character?
I think that's 3.
Yeah, I think
Ask
that's...
one. Ask the second one. Basically,
So
Igneous asked one.
Igneous
Wait,
asked one?
you ask a second one too?
Aster
I mean-
said she would give her question to someone else.
Yeah.
So
I know. I kind of took it because Igneous asked his
Okay.
first question about what it would take to give back
Well,
this
I was about
his
to
wife,
ask another
and
one.
I asked him, why do you torment him specifically like this?
Oh,
That's true.
that's annoying.
Saber's question can go up to anyone as well.
And then Rendon has one.
True. But just because Christian's not here, one of the rest of you can ask the question for him, and then Rendon, you get yours. And then we'll end the session.
Saran will speak up and ask her question. She'll say, "Will you aid us in our fight against Diabolus?"
I thought you asked the question already.
I haven't. It was technically more of like, do you want to know about some more information, basically.
I
So
will aid myself against my son if you happen to do your own work against him. I'm sure that is a strategic advantage, but I am not interested in allying myself with lesser mortals.
I never requested that to begin with. Just to clarify.
I do not seek your partnership. I don't want your help. You have been as useful to me as you possibly can. Unless, of course, you would like to make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
Well, if you are that desperate to help me fight my son, I could contract you as help.
In
Soldiers of
return for what?
you can enlist. Well, in return for guaranteed passage out of here.
Ah,
But you have to devote yourself to me. And you will do as I ask.
so would we become like warlocks to you, or
Well, I don't plan on giving you any special powers. I plan on giving you the gift of not burning and being in pain for all of eternity in my maelstrom.
fair enough?
Brendan, do you have your question?
Remind me what we can ask about.
Anything.
Anything? We came here originally about the Diabolus. Can you think of anything?
Are my parents still on Earth?
Oh, this cannot be the reason you guys came to me.
No, it's not. It's just, well, yeah.
1 second. He closes his eyes. Yes. Yes, they are.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
I guess I could take Adam's question technically. Do we have one? Right.
I'm saving mine for last.
So we've
Okay.
had Drake ask 2. We've had Rendon ask 1. We've had Igneous ask 1. Aster gave hers. Saber's giving his. So that means we have one more question that someone can ask.
I guess other question I could say is, do you know the location of another heart scale by chance?
You can see he sits forward, his arms on the rests, and he kind of puts his hands together and rests his face against them, kind of covering his mouth. Now that is one hell of a question. And he simply points his finger straight up to the beating heart.
Dang. I was gonna be like, is that like kind of like his heart and everything, and maybe gonna track it?
Similar, but
What
more
was the
accurate.
question?
Does he know the
If
location of any other heart scales?
Oh,
He pointed up to the heart that's up being above us.
Each plane was tied to a heart scale. An overseer made for each one. All except for hell. Well, that's what the world thinks. Hell's heart scale was never attached to a dragon per se. Well, maybe once upon a time. You know of Rhyme, correct?
Which one was Ryan?
It's the gold one.
The Radiant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
I'm a
heard
dragon.
stories that my mom told me.
Yes, the leader of the overseers, and his specific plane being that of the celestial plane. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you that once upon a time he was simply the overseer of the afterlife, and the afterlife was simply one plane?
What make it be divided?
He feared the evil of man corrupting him. As the world started, he began to see the horrible acts committed by those beings that they created. Well, the divine craftsmen created, and the overseers were charged to oversee. Each overseer being so innately tied to their individual planes, Rhyme feared that the overwhelming evil produced by these beings entering into the afterlife would corrupt him, and he did not want to risk jeopardizing his mission. So he split off the part of him that harbored that evil, and he created a second afterlife, one just for those that deserve to be punished. It had no body, no dragon, but around that half of the heart scale, hell grew.
Does hell need it to function?
Not necessarily. But it is the source of my power over this plane.
You definitely wouldn't be willing to give it.
My son is the inheritor to it. That is why I fear him so. And that is why I exiled him. If I am ever usurped, the power falls to him.
Unless someone else has it.
The problem is if you're to be in someone else's possession, someone who's weaker, it's at risk of being stolen.
Not only that, but I assume that if it's in possession of someone else, the power is immediately transmitted to Diabolus and he can just escape.
Exactly. I think it's out of the question.
I assure you he will never escape.
I think that's necessarily what that would do. It just means that he would inherit it since he's...
Well, he already wasn't supposed to be influencing other places, but he is. Makes you think that he is actually not going to escape at some point.
All right, with that, I think I'm going to end the session.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. Lore.
That was very interesting. And
Let-
I'm very concerned what would have happened had Rendon not called his soldiers and we had all kept failing over and over and
I
over.
mean, maybe our
Saran-
wordings weren't the best.
Saran would have eventually succeeded, at least, and been able to turn into a dragon, and then eventually would have been able to escape it and help people out. But yeah, it would have taken a lot longer.
Good call with the soldiers, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
I'm really thinking though, like it is just like I don't think that's necessarily what it'd be like if like we topple Asmodeus, then it just goes to him like that.
I'll say, like,
Is
kind
that
of,
what we're-
just to further explain, it's not like Asmodeus isn't currently hooked up to the heart scale for power. It's more his rule over hell. Like, him being able to, like, it's like his crown almost.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not in possession of the power. He can't, like, hit you with a beam of power from it. But his kind of inheritance of it allows him to reign as leader. And, like, the way he's able to, like, manipulate this chamber kind of comes from that authority. It's like the plane respects him.
Right.
He doesn't necessarily have its power. So if Diabolus is successful in kind of blurring the lines between planes or like overlapping them, and is able to overlap into hell, and Asmodeus was toppled, theoretically he would have that same kind of authority.
Gotcha.
like I said, like he wouldn't be able to necessarily just escape like that, right? Or
The way everyone's talking about his exile, like this, like the when the universe was like created and everything, the God of the Crossroads was created to kind of be an overseer between the planes, or oversee the travel between them.
mm-hmm.
And he doesn't like interfere much, but if it comes down to it, and like, you know, the courts of heaven and hell request a certain like plane to be blocked off or someone to be blocked off in a plane, he is capable of that. And that is like, that's concrete stuff. You would need a being above this like universal being to kind of try and overrule that, which isn't really possible.
Yeah. So
Like the
I mean,
closest
if we
thing
topple,
to the divine craftsman that still exists is the God of the Crossroads.
I think if like we defeat Asmodeus, like we would just be able to be able to grab the the heart scale.
That would be if we defeated Asmodeus.
I mean, that looks like that's what we're gonna have to do here, buddy. I don't.
Oh, we lost someone. That's
Life
the whole
scan.
that's the whole the whole caveat is
sorry.
if. And fighting a god, I'm not sure if I want to do.
Well, I mean, we have faith that that's what Adam is for.
What, Felina? Oh. Anyway, yeah, we'll end that there. You do have Adam. He appears to be a very powerful companion, but yeah, you don't know if that would be enough to beat Asmodeus, but you can absolutely try.
Hey, bye.
Yeah. I mean, we'll want to
You guys,
help him, not just be like, all right, we're just gonna ask for him to leave and bye. That's
I do-
not who we are.
I want to pose the question. Just think on this: why Anubis would have sent you with that map?
I'm trying to think.
Specifically with what it actually is.
Given that it's the flesh of the.
It's a
And
flesh
her
of
name
the-
has been so. Like, you guys would probably know general hell lore, at least like the king and queen of hell.
Yeah.
Her name is Benzozia.
Benzozia.
Is that different from Adam's wife?
Yes, no, that's not Adam's wife. That is the queen of hell.
Okay.
You assume Adam's wife is probably also human.
Yeah.
Why would he have a piece of the map or a piece of her flesh? How would he even get a piece of her flesh?
Yeah, but I'm a dip. Are we good for next week?
Yeah, I should be good for next week maybe. I do want to talk to you about some things potentially.
Okay.
It'll be based off it depending on how things play out, but
Cool.
I'll just wait for Thomas to leave.
I hope you guys enjoyed that one.
Maybe, I don't know, like, definitely we weren't thinking straight about with the wording of at all, but
Yeah.
It-
That's one of those situations where, like, yeah, he's gonna definitely take like the most bad faith version of what you request.
yeah. Whatever.
For what?
It's all right. It's all good.
For what?
It seemed like we were meant to be here. You have this all planned out, this whole thing here. So, I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't the worst of all. It's just like the wording meant like, oh, he's gonna throw you guys. Like, if you ask to go where Asmodeus is, he's not gonna he's gonna drop
that,
you.
yeah. Yeah, when you said, all right, that's what you wish for, I thought to myself, oh crap, this is gonna suck, isn't it? Yep. Called it.
Because Asmodeus was expecting you, he at least wanted to get the information out of you before he let you succumb to it.
mhm.
Cool. Well, I'll see you guys next week then.
So, yeah.
Wait, Boston. I was gonna talk to you.
Could you put it in a DM?
Or maybe.
I mean, it'll be quick.
Okay, if it's fine. If it'll be quick, then that's fine.
Okay.
You need me to leave for it.
Yeah. I do want to make
Okay,
it
fine.
private. All right, I'm gonna stop recording.